130,000 passengers. What's up, guys? I think 130,000 passengers. I'm talking to the chat now. Travel is not good at the moment. All right. What's up, everybody? Just trying to get myself together mentally for this very draining and intense analysis stream. I take it very seriously. This is maybe my favorite stream of the week. I love going over games. I think I might be turning into John Watson, where I like analyzing better than actually playing. That's extra. For a small token donation, we can update you with status requests. Take a number. No simul stream this week, of course. We're leaving. You can always upgrade. It's like airplane service. You can upgrade. Speaking of airplanes, my studies. I got really bad lag. I can't even like click on something. What is going on here? Man, what is up? I think it's the OBS. It just like eats. My God, my ping is 674. My stream can't be functioning. We're not actually streaming, are we? With a 674 ping? Do I have two audios on? Hello? Hello? Audio's alright? Dude, why do I have 674 ping? That is ridiculous. 193 ping? Alright, Arsenal, we'll do your game first. I don't want to hear you complaining. I really just put them in the list of like whenever I find them. There's no real guarantee like they're in order of submission, because I get them from too many, you know. Some people are chat banned. I have to like look to find where it is. Some people are sending it to me on Twitch. Some people sent it last week and I didn't even realize. You need to privileged, but you need to leave at 7:15. Jesus, now we've got like a schedule to keep. Privileged position. Wait, you're a VIP? So technically, Antonio should go first. Arsenal will wait for the second. Anyone else have like a special excuse? I'll do Morales' game first. Privileged. Alright. Morales is playing white. This is from our Tuesday tournament against Bisonov. Guys, please support the stream. Been a slow week. If you'd like to give us a little extra donation for your privileged position, appreciate it. Privility. That's an early dinner. Okay, e4, c6, d4, d5, e5. How's my ping? Astrobate showed me a game where his opponent played e6 today. Bishop f5 seems like the best move. You've got a fever, and the only prescription is allies in my game sooner. Move 11, do you really have a fever? Do you have COVID? Does COVID even cause fevers anymore? Alright. E5. Doctor, give me the news. I've got a case of the move 11 blues. The game 11 blues, right? Move 11 just like, he just submitted his game like at the last minute. So no excuses for him. C5 is playable, we know that. C3. Man, this beer isn't even that cold. Alright, C3. Yeah, I mean, I think we agree, most of us agree that d takes c is the most critical. Turning off the engine will probably speed things up too. I think most people agree this is White's best move. We don't condone your approach with c3, Morales. Technically, this is not accurate. Actually, someone asked me recently, why would White play c3 here? I think that was the exact words of someone. Yeah, but he probably, plays inaccurately. c3 is not a bad move, but it doesn't refute Black's setup. I don't know if there is a refutation, but the only real try is d takes c. Knight f3 is known, it's gone out of fashion. Yeah, I guess you could play bishop d3 Arsenal. You could turn it into like a tempo up Nimzovich sort of gambit. But you definitely don't want to do like knight c6, knight e2, c4. Some tactical problems. Yeah, Morales, I don't know, he did this against me, I feel like. Where's my games? Oh, move 11 as White. Move 11. Move 11 missed a3. I think Morales' idea is a3 followed by g3, and then f4 and h4. The giant snake variation. Yeah, he wasn't supposed to be there. This is supposed to be checking if I had this position. Alright, so I've got a whole bunch of games here with Black. Morales. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of unbelievable to me that White, should... The a3 should be good for White, but it's the only move where I've actually lost the game against. It seems like too many pawn moves. Yeah, Arsenal's idea is interesting. Knight h6 is definitely interesting. Definitely an option. So I played bishop f5 and lost, and I played c takes d twice. But let's check the Masters database. Pretty much like no big names here with White. Just some random dudes. How I lost to you with bishop f5. Your idea is to avoid getting pinned with bishop g4. Yeah, at this point against Morales I changed on d4, but I don't know if that's like black's best move. I would imagine I could even go there like a tempo down. Knight on bd2. You could imagine some players playing bishop f5, definitely. Okay, his opponent played cd. I did this twice. cd, cd, queen b6. So Morales did this against me already 2 times last year, both in January of 2021, in the heat of the pandemic. I've forgotten it's been so long. Now, quick question, could you play knight c3 here? Computer recommended or computer approved? Computer actually doesn't suggest the move bishop d3. It defends the move as playable. So you've had 2 games with me already here. I took the pawn both times. So we're following his games with me. Knight f3, queen b6. You know, obviously, like, this doesn't look right. This doesn't seem right. I mean, I suppose, like, it could be possible to bring the queen back to d7. But b6 is safer anyway. And now here, you played castles in one game and knight c3 in the other against me. Arsenal what? What are you talking about? We have no idea what Arsenal's. He's randomly suggesting bishop g4. Oh, you just want to like just play bishop g4 and not win the pawn? No. What are you talking about? You want to play bishop g4 after knight f3? Queen takes d4 here, bishop g4. Just to be annoying. Knight takes, bishop takes d1. Knight takes c6. Yeah, that's not good. Alright. But it was worth investigating. Castles. And so, Bisonov played the exact same as my previous game with Morales. Like, what were you guys doing? Were you following my previous game? Bisonov did a deep analysis. So, yeah, I mean, I vaguely remember this. I didn't take on b2. Was there something like I should have played queen d8? Whether d4 works or not, I don't really want to play that. Anyway, it'll make the pawn weak, irregardless. This is like, this pawn has a value of like 2 pawns probably for black objectively with its power in the center. So even if I could play this like tactically, I don't think I'd want to, because it would ultimately be blockaded and kind of become weak in the long run. Why would I not play queen takes b2? Because I'm like falling behind the development. I'm already like up a pawn. Why would you be so materialistic? I mean, a computer might like this move, but as a human being, you know, I don't think this is a safe idea. Plus, I know how dangerous Morales is. This is an extremely good way to like lose the game, probably. You're already up a pawn. Why do you need to win a second pawn? Black should just be trying to like consolidate his pawn up. But my question would be, I mean, I'm not a computer, man. I'm not playing that, especially not in a fast game. But maybe I put my queen on the wrong square here. Because I'm going to get hit by knight c3 and knight b5. I have to consider, maybe it's not a big deal, but I should consider playing queen d8. Now here again, I guess this is a weak point. You could get like queen b3 or something. You know, there's crazy possibilities, like bishop takes f3, queen takes b7, for example. I don't know if this is sound, I'm just saying, you know, that sort of thing is possible here. So, that was my game. Now we have this, same exact game. He also didn't take the pawn. And now, against me, Morales played bishop f4. But that bishop, you know, it already moved, first of all. And it's not that well placed on f4. So, if it's not forced, he would rather not waste time on that move. This might well be an improvement. Oh, yeah. Yeah, actually, Yabatis won a game like this. You know, that's funny. Morales. I feel like Yabatis had a game like this. Different opening. With a very similar sacrifice. So, bishop f4 bad? Well, it's badder than e3, probably. Bad pieces support good pawns. Isn't that the saying? I think it's different. Welcome everybody to the stream. First game, Morales analysis against Bisonov. Yeah, I mean, Bisonov here loses his sense of danger. Slaggy never would have played this. So the engine thinks that white's better. Go back a move. Oh, so you probably analyzed the game with me. After bishop f4, Slaggy was better against Morales. Knight c3, a6. Rook c1, knight on g to e7. White didn't have quite enough compensation for the sacrificed pawn. So this is Morales' like improvement. Knight on bd2. I mean, seriously, black just averted like taking this pawn on b2. And now he turns around and takes the pawn on e5. Yeah. Okay, he didn't conceive of what was going to happen here. I mean, when you make this move, like, you're probably looking at bishop e5 check. You're saying, okay, it's not a big deal, I can just come back. Or queen a4 check. Again, you could just come back to d7. But Bisonov missed knight takes e5. And now you have no choice. If you take this, you're losing a piece. So he's committed. He has to play bishop takes queen. And unfortunately, we don't recapture. We have bishop e5 check. And then this falls with check. And now black king has to go to c8. Don't see any forced mate. I was just looking at bishop f4. But it's not going to work. So you had to recapture. And now you're threatening rook a c1. His rook is trapped on h8. That looks very strong. No, but objectively, I don't know what to suggest. You're losing to the You're losing to the file. You're losing the rook on h8. What's black's best move here? Resign. So a huge advantage. It's like +8. I think black's just lost after the queen sack. There's really nothing that he can do. Good game, Morales. So the final position, queen a5, bishop f4. Check. Mate in 4. Alright. He analyzed his game with me and he improved with knight on bd2. Next up, we have Arsenal fan. He submitted this first. He was first. Arsenal fan against George Gevorge. Or Gevorge versus... It sounds like the Swedish chef. Gevorge. Gevorge versus Arsenal fan. Welcome everybody to the stream. No, Chescudo, you're late. Even Move 11 submitted Game 11. We can't take any more game submissions. I'm not sure we're going to be able to get to the ones... yeah, we had a lot of games today. I have a full tablet. I've got Arsenal next, and then Excel Poker, N Tony, Lakey, Acerbate, Sumaher, Big Dummy, and Uber Driver, Saeed, and Move 11. You guys got to get the games in earlier. Arsenal's submitting them now like a week in advance. By the way, speaking of a week in advance, I'm not going to be here. Good to see you, Mr. Coffee. What's up? I'm not going to be here next week. We're on vacation. Yet again. We're going to be back the following Monday, the 8th of August. Mr. Kofefe. Guys, it's Thursday. We've got a stream tonight and a stream tomorrow. So get your gift subs in. There won't be any simul stream this week. Today and tomorrow are my last streams this week. We've only got one gift sub from Masturbate. Don't forget to donate and get the World Senior Champ donation bar up. We've only got 107 days to go, and it's been stuck at 577.77. Thanks to Mr. Coffee. Chescudo, that must be enough for over 2 weeks. Man, I've got to start the list early. So all right, I'll stop stuttering now. Chescudo submitting game for 2 weeks from now. All right. Can't get any earlier than that. Okay, this was an interesting black Mustang declined. Ford Mustang. So you're playing in a simul against this Armenian GM, who I don't know. Knight f3, knight c6. Masters. Yeah, nothing wrong with that. When he plays e4. Miles used to play this move order. He would play like e4, knight c6, knight f3, e5. He loved to play the Berlin defense. But your opponent played the Scotch. Yeah, I was looking at this today with Yabatis, and this... Not too many ways to avoid the Scotch. We tried to think of something, but... Scotch just can't be avoided. I was jokingly suggesting Bronstein's d5 move. Shirazi, 2021. One of the only, like, maybe playable moves. Yubata suggested f5. I wouldn't recommend it. Either way, Saeeds, that was fine, what you did. Thanks, Astrobay, for gifting a tier 1 sub to Chess Kudo. Will be the first for the next subscriber stream in 2 weeks. Antonio with 200 bits. Thank you, sir. BIP Antonio. Alright. So e takes d, knight takes d4, knight f6. And I really think like white's best is knight takes c6. But your opponent plays the 2 knight Scotch or Scotch 4 knights. This just seems like lame for white. I mean, looking at the statistics, it's pretty evident. 21 to 21. 4,500 games, and white doesn't have a plus score. That's statistically sound sample size, and it's just apparent. Like, after knight c3, white doesn't have anything. But of course, there are positions you don't have to have an advantage necessarily out of the opening. So this Grandmaster is willing to play the white side of it. Nimzovich famously played this line with white. Bishop b4, knight takes c6, because there is no good way to keep the tension. White pretty much has to play knight takes c6. And then, yeah, I mean, it's funny, black has a winning score with this. That's crazy. Alex Lenderman won with black playing this. Vladislav Axelrod and Munoz Pantoja. I can understand like black drawing, but how the heck do you win this position with black? That's unbelievable. That's seriously unbelievable. Black has 3 wins and 2 draws. Or something. And white just has a strong pawn in the center. How can he possibly be worse? Yeah, white goes too far. I imagine white is better there. So b takes c. Might be a good line to play for a draw with black, though, objectively. I'm surprised there's not more games. I was thinking that in the exchange Roy Lopez the other day. Why more people don't try to play like b takes c6. So bishop d3, d5. And then Arsenal is like real modern. He played the kind of trendy castles here. This used to always be like the standard move order, but it's been known for a while that this is good. Castles. White can try to be like greedy. There's a Mitkov game. Candela Perez versus Mitkov 97. White actually lost. So white shouldn't be greedy here. He just transposes castles. And now c takes d5. So this is interesting arsenal. You can actually try for more. I mean, bishop takes c3 is lame. We don't want to give up this bishop. You can try for more with bishop g4. Carlsen Nakamura. If f3, you've induced like a pretty serious weakening in the white king side. So it's not Nepomniachtchi, Caruana, a couple games, and Carlsen Nakamura. Ars, you might want to like. You struggled to find bishop g4? Well, I mean, this is like not a matter of finding it, man. You got to have it like prepared in advance. I mean, this is just still. This is just like opening preparation. I'm not expecting you to like find it over the board. But bishop g4, bishop e2 sort of takes the fun out of it. I'm actually surprised white even has a plus score here. Bishop e2, knight e2. Okay, so the point is you have a better structure, like Carlsen. If anybody can win this position with white, it's Magnus Carlsen. Yeah. In fact, he couldn't, though. Well, anyway, it's an idea. Bishop g4. Here you just transposed. Yeah, so I don't know the theory here well. There was a game that Nimzovich had. I think, with queen f3. But bishop g5 is by far the main line. But your opponent played h3. Obviously, like, stopping bishop g4. This seems to be a main line too. So then he can play queen f3 without being molested by bishop g4. So this is an interesting question here. I mean, you see, like, c6 is by far the most common move, but is it absolutely necessary? If you look at the statistical numbers, rook e8 and rook b8 have a better score. Anyway, I would investigate those moves, especially if you're like black against the weaker player and you want to try to win this position. Here you're playing a grandmaster and a draw is okay, but if you're trying to win against a low-rated player, difficult position to play for a win, I would think, for either side. You might want to investigate a different line than the standard. But my question was now, after queen f3, I mean, I remember analyzing this before. I know this is like the main book move, bishop d6. What's the deal here? I mean, I know there's a lot of examples with like bishop g5, bishop takes f6, queen takes f6. Those double isolated pawns aren't really a problem. Black's very solid here. So bishop d6 is the main move. But you played bishop e6 instead. This is unusual. Although I noticed there were some decent players who had played it. I don't know if they're playing it, you know, because they don't know the line, or you see Pragnanatha. I mean, does he know the theory? I don't know. You know, Heinrich Kaske, Aratunian. But I mean, I don't like the bishop e6 as far as it's blocked by, you know, by its pawns here. It's not ideal. So this is definitely normal. If bishop g5, what do? We play h6. We don't mind this. This is important. You don't mind this happening. As long as the queens are exchanged, you're fine. If the queens are on the board, this would be like a very dangerous situation for black, but you have to keep in mind that distinction. So I wasn't sure about bishop e6. Now your opponent, he doesn't try bishop g5, he plays bishop f4. And now you played bishop d6, just countering it. Remember, Arsenal is playing a higher rated player, a strong grandmaster, so winning isn't necessary. A draw would be even a good result with black. If I was playing a low rated player, I'd be a little concerned. This position's kind of too equal to play for a win. But he doesn't have that problem here. So you're right, he's preventing rook b8. Now the question is, what should white do? Rook e1. Uber Driver's suggestion from the other position. Uber Driver's suggesting this right away. Maybe he has a point, you know, like 92. Going here immediately. Very, very standard plan. Knight f4, knight g3, knight d4, and the Nimzovician, you know, blockade of the hanging pawns with c4. This completely makes sense. Maybe I like that better than rook e1 as well. I mean, go here, and now bishop f4. I guess you can transpose. Okay, so bishop f4, bishop d6, you know, he could still play knight e2. Instead, he plays rook f e1. Normal move, but not as useful. Rook b8, b3. Yeah, I did notice this. There's a Leko game. Smirnov, that same guy. We saw a game of a few minutes ago, the Australian-Russian. The guy who makes like the really overpriced like video packages about crazy stuff. Like $500 for all inclusive. Learn how to play e4. But he's got a racket going. He's good at marketing. Rook b8, b3. But Leko with black. Arsenal's playing like Leko with black. How stupid is knight a4 is never stupid. Except when it is. I mean, knight a4 is a very normal idea. I mean, he'd rather, I guess, be training his bishop on c5, but definitely. The Remote Chess Academy. Alright. For $2,000. I don't know, knight a4 is on the side of the board. I don't love it, but it's definitely a move. But yeah, Arsenal, I mean, blockading. So your move was played 3 times. But I'm really interested in what did Leko play? I mean, Leko's sitting there knowing his opponent like wants to draw. And it's probably Olympiad game. How else would like Leko play this like Australian-Russian guy? It must have been the Olympiad in like 2018. Board 1 or 2. I don't remember. Probably Rockport could have been board 1. Yeah, Leko with black in the Scotch for 4 knights. Almost a guaranteed draw. Rook b4 is active. Someone played that. I'm not sure if it really does anything, though. It actually doesn't look bad. I mean, how did black lose this position? Take, take. Yeah, see, we transposed to a real line here. Rook b4 isn't a bad move. We've transposed to Morozevich Nakamura. I feel like that's more active than your move. Rook e8. Leko didn't play that either. What the hell did he play? He played bishop takes f4. Yeah. Draw? I don't know why in particular we play bishop f4. Maybe he's going to play c5 or something? Yeah, maybe. This is Brader versus Prusikin. German tournament. I don't know, man. Leko just knew it was going to be a draw. It doesn't matter what he played. So Arsenal played queen c7. Slightly passive, but it's okay. Knight e2. Very solid move now. Rook fe8 was played by these other guys. Very solid. There's Anton Smirnov again. Unbelievable that the guy plays this for a win with white. That's his repertoire. I guess he has a video on it. Okay, so Ars plays c5. I don't have a problem with the move c5. Structurally, you've got a5, a4. White plays c4. You're going to push. That happened in the game. And does white have anything here? Now white played rook a d1. What would Nimzovich do? Like, would Nimzovich have played c4 right away? I guess the problem there is you'll just take. And then it's really drawish. Like, you can't get much more drawish than that. So he plays this. We're actually following a Rogelio Antonio game. He lost to that woman from Indonesia who played the cheater and promoted it. Nothing like promoting cheaters to profit, to make a profit for yourself. The guy that Gotham Chess called out, and she made a living out of promoting her match with the cheater. Very nice. But now rook b4 from Arsenal. I'm not sure I like rook b4 now. I'm not sure it does anything. Let's just say your opponent had played c3. What did we achieve? Are you really going to put your rook on h4? Don't tell me like you're really going to put your rook on h4. Really? It does have like nice little cheapos like this or something. I don't think the white is in any danger though. I don't think the cheapo even works because of knight g1 at the end. It will probably like get you. You'll end up playing a cheapo that doesn't work. Bishop g4 takes, queen h2 check, king f1, queen h1 check, knight g1 resigns. But the jury's out on whether you should put your rook in that kind of exposed position. No, I think objectively maybe you should back off. I don't know. You could just play this. So probably like rook b4 is not a big deal. But what should you do? Rook e8 is solid. There's Dmitry Kolar's game from 2017. Not really surprised. Let's just say rook b4 is not the most solid move. I think the what's her name? The Indonesian. Played queen c7. This looks passive for black. It's kind of slightly passive. So rook b4. C4 was played. So Arsenal just goes d4, and I think he has to. Not has to, but it's probably the best move. But now the queen side is fixed in a way that Ars has like a5, a4, that kind of typical lever. And if white doesn't have something on the king side, then black can be better. You know, black technically is fixed like white's pawns on the white squares. So white plays knight f4, we just like back up. This is a good square, you have bishop c6. And then white's like not sure what to do. Naturally. So he plays bishop c2, there's a square here. But structurally I like black because you have that a5, a4. You have a protected passed pawn. If white doesn't have something on the king side, black might be slightly better. And now he just goes bishop c6. This looks good. So queen g3, and then is white threatening something? Because if he is, you can come back and like, you know, just kind of oppose the open file. Well, we see what he's threatening, but you could have also played a5. I think this was a very solid move here. And now Arsenal. Yeah, he's facing the threat of knight to e7, so you have to do this. But I mean, your pawns are basically on the right color for the most part, and I think you have a very active threat of a5, a4, protected passer on d4. And the fact that you have isolated pawns in that file is kind of minor. So black is probably for preference here. Rook e8. So you got a grandmaster playing white. Yeah, I mean, he was obviously worried about something like rook f1, rook e2, because there's this. So he decided to just prevent it and play king f2, but now he doesn't have any play against the double pawns. So I think that white, might be holding if he's careful here. But this a5, a4 is a serious endgame advantage for black. g4, now all of his pawns are on the wrong color. But I mean, the move does freeze your pawns. I don't think it's a mistake. On the other hand, it's like not absolutely necessary. But I think your opponent probably wanted to play like g4, g3 or something. If he like blockades and if he traded off all the rooks, would he be losing? Just hypothetically. Yeah, the problem is like you don't have to even exchange rooks. You can do like rook e5 in some positions. You're better here. Now he decides to take. Does he have like maybe h4 and g5? If h4, rook e8. So there's no time. There would be like no time to actually play h4 and g5, and even then you could play h6. Yeah. But now the thing is getting serious. Arsenal has this big like central mass. I wasn't sure what you should play now. I mean, obviously f6 is possible. Because your rook is kind of active here. But I guess if you play this, he has g5. That could be a serious issue. Still, I don't know. 100%. It's not 100% clear. There's all kinds of craziness happening here. You're definitely better. I don't know. Let's check with the engine. So the engine thinks rook e8 is better. The only problem is that like your rook is, your rook was pretty active here. You were threatening a4 and stuff. I don't really like my rook getting tied down. So he blockades, goes and tries to go into a rook endgame. Takes. Protected passer at d4. Would it be too much to say like white is lost here? Arsenal outplaying Grandmaster in endgame. But I have to say he's probably better all the way. Since white played c4, d4. White didn't have to play that c4 move. I'm not sure if that was a good idea. Yeah, I think white's lost too. It's the principle of two weaknesses. Exactly, Excel Poker. This is like weakness number 1 and this is weakness number 2. I don't even think if like white's king was on the best possible square. Maybe if his king was on d3, he would have some chance. You'd really have to like put white's king in the best possible position. a4, b4? What do you mean a4, b4? He can't play b4. This was nice what Arsenal did though. He played h5. Principle of 3 weaknesses. I love this move. Everybody's gonna play, Because honestly, like, a4 looks pretty strong. But I guess the point is he would he take? And like, you know, you can't go here because he gets counterplay with rook b2. Objectively, I'm not sure if that's even enough. This was a simul, yeah. Yeah, of course. h5, really strong. And then f5 check, and it's two connectors. That was a good move, too. And now white has two connectors of his own. But he was afraid to play this, I guess. It's like three connectors now. Really nice game, Arsenal. The three connectors. These pawns are just completely stymied by two. Arsenal has like three connectors in the middle with his king, and then the other two are stymied by the rook. So white's just like basically trying to hold up three protected, connected passed pawns. It's a horror show. Normally Arsenal would like move too fast and find a way to mess it up. I think this is even pretty risky, but it's just they're too powerful. King e4 has to be a mistake. There's no reason to spend time on that move. You have e2 here. After e2, he has to play rook g1, and he'll just play d2. So it looks like king e4 could be unnecessary. It still didn't matter. He just like hung all his pawns. Nice game. All right, Arsenal's done. Morales is done. Guys, please support the stream and our trip to the World Senior Championship in November. We're at 28.89%. 577.77. No one wants to mess with that. I was hoping we get up to 666 today. Alright, next. Asby, thanks for the gift sub earlier. We've got... Alright, now I'm not going to toy with a list unless someone pays me off. Nils comes in and like offers to pay me extra bits to do a game. I'll think about it. Other than that, we're just going to leave the list as it is. I've got XL Poker, Antoni, Lakey, Asterbait, Sumer, Big Dummy, and Uber Driver, Saeed, and maybe Move 11. Game 11, the extra Game 11 fee. For Move 11 thinks because he's a VIP and founder, he can just like submit Game 11 anytime he wants. Alright, XL Poker versus Remy 08. White side of the Najdorf. Doesn't play e4 against me lately. He deserves it. He's been here like 50 years. 50 years? I've been here 50 years. You mean me? 49.5. I've literally been here almost 50 years. Unbelievable. Alright, it's ridiculous. A6, bishop e3. Move 11 in the house. Game 11. Isn't it funny that he submitted game 11? E5. He's only been here like 5 years, no? 6 years? 6 years now. Alright, yeah, I agree. Like, E5 is black's best move. But E6 is more aggressive in a sense, like it's more flexible and more tense. You're not committing to e5. Kasparov, when he played the Najdorf, preferred to play e6 baselines. It seems like today, more players don't like allowing it because the computer says. The main thing is, Mubot follow. Well, the Perenni variation doesn't have that great of a, like, actually, this is Perenni attack, HTFP. It's not like the Carries attack. It doesn't have that good of a reputation for white. I think that the more feared move is F3, like the proper English attack. But I'll be honest with you, I really think like more and more top players are just basing their opening choices on whatever the engine says. So Stockfish and whatever computer programs people are using are starting to have more influence on opening theory. In other words, like the engine likes e5 better, more people are playing that because the engine said. But objectively, it does give black more control of the center. It's just very committal. So knight f3 is also an interesting line, but not as aggressive. I mean, a lot of times if you play knight f3, you're normally like playing where you're going to castle short. It's much quieter variation for white. But I'm not at all in any way, form, or shape an authority on this variation. I've never really played the Najdorf, and I don't play, this English attack with white. I have limited knowledge here. Black's playing a lot of h5s early, but usually waits for white to play f3. Of course, the Lichess would do that anyway, but you should wait until white plays f3 if you want to play h5. That's a newer concept for black. Bishop e6 is the main move. Well, there's no knight g5 here. And bishop e6 is furthering the queenside development. So another thing is if you want to play for h5, like bishop e6, f3, h5. What's the difference though really if your bishop's on f8 or e7? If you're not in a hurry to castle kingside, then I think it makes more sense for black to play bishop e6. I mean, it's probably more complicated than that, but I mean, to just give you a general idea. If black's going to play a kind of old school variation where he castles kingside, okay. But that's a little bit gone out of fashion. But I'm not at all familiar with what XL Poker did now. Normally white plays f3 or queen d2. And I've seen queen d2. I looked at this with game 11. I feel like we looked at a line where people actually play knight g4. There's another Smirnov. Alright. There's a lot of games here. But I'm not familiar with this bishop e2. Well, basically, hold on a second. When you do this now, XL Poker, you're actually transposing to a bishop e2 variation. Oh, okay. So this is simply you're simply transposing. I guess Karpov, when he used to play bishop e2, he wouldn't play bishop e3 early necessarily. There are different ways to play it, but a lot of times the bishop would stay on c1. Karpov would castle kingside and play f4 quickly. Here you got to be careful because the bishop on e3. If you get hit by d5, it could be a problem. So this is an old school variation. Bishop e6. Now black has enough coverage of d5, theoretically, to play it. Though it's not always good. Just because it's possible doesn't mean it's good. You could play knight d5. And if knight takes e4, bishop b6. But I mean, here black would take on d5 probably in a lot of lines. Or just here. Knight d5 doesn't look great. But I'm going to say I just doubt this can be good. Wow. h4. Sorry, g4. The other h4. g4. Wow. This is actually played by Caruana. So what do you do? Like for anything? Like d5, g5? If d5, g5? That doesn't seem unreasonable. It's somehow, I feel like I saw this a long time ago. There was a Yuta Pulgar game from 2003. But really not many. This is the first question. If d5, what happens? Do you do this? I was just wondering about this. Like maybe this pawn on e4 isn't going anywhere. Mirko, welcome. The new Antoni. He subscribed, resubscribed. No. You're next. You're just in time. And we can enjoy this Najdorf. You can enjoy this Najdorf while you're waiting. In the lobby. Mirko likes the Najdorf too. So if d5, you take, so what's the idea? Knight takes d5, knight takes d5. Just the position, I guess. Don't like white's score here. What's black's idea now? Exchange sack on c3, that's not happening. No, I mean, it's a little late for an exchange sack on c3. You could play h6. This is Caruana's game with Adley. Ivanchuk played it with black. Karyatkin played it years ago. I mean, if you had time, like knight d7, rook c8, and rook takes c3, sure. But I think this is a critical juncture. If black plays d5 or h6. What does the computer say? It likes them both. But interesting, h6, h4. I don't know about h4. You're not even threatening g5 necessarily. Excelpicor, did you ever play another game like this on our stream? I don't know. Somewhere I feel like I saw this already. I just don't know why. Was it a game that someone played in the stream, or was it like an old game that I saw? I feel like you had another game. I feel like I've seen something similar to this before. With g4. Alright, so d5, e takes d5, knight takes d5. Knight takes d5, he can take either way. Bishop takes d5, bishop f3. Oscar Oglaza. OO for short. How many people's initials are OO? His initials are Castles. You could just sign your name like Castles Kingside. That'd be pretty cool. Auto Oligarch. That'd be awesome. Just write 0, 0. Easy for signing autographs and stuff. So black can obviously play e4. Somewhat important question here. Of course, Elvis may have left the building, but I mean, this is a tempo, and it doesn't allow white to establish control over e4. There are other drawbacks, though. I mean, clearly, like this square, this square. I don't know. You know, I really don't know. I have no idea. It might be weak in the long run. What do you do? This? And then this? This becomes weak in the long run? Yeah, maybe. Maybe it is. Black's trying to buy time, though, you know, to do something. Let's say like knight c6. If he gets time to get in here, maybe he has an active game. That pawn is kind of powerful. I would be unsure if it's strong or weak, you know. But here, what I don't like about his position is that you're getting kind of like dominating control over the white squares. Queen has a good square at e4. This is what 00 played. That's funny that 00 played rook d1, setting up castle's kingside. Coincidence? Like 000 probably doesn't castle queenside. 00 doesn't castle queenside. He prefers this, short castles. So rook d1. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, if you could find a way to castle queenside, sure. Exactly. I guess you could play this. You know, this move is quite strong. Objectively. Like, for example, maybe you'll get lucky and he'll play queen c7 and you'll castle queenside. You know what I mean? It's possible. Theoretically. You could make a useful move and wait and see what black does. There's at least a 3% chance he plays queen c7. But if he's at all worried about you castling queenside, obviously he won't. I still think this is a good move, though. Let's see what the oracle says. Doesn't agree? How could you not agree? The computer was thinking about queen c7 for a minute, but it changed its mind to queen d7 or queen d6, so it doesn't like you castling queenside either. It's interesting. c3 looks kind of good, but weakening. You're definitely less inclined to castle queenside there. Rook d1 is solid. Okay, rook d1. Queen c7. He played queen c8. This is interesting. Eyeing the g-pawn and possibly putting his queen on e6. Queen c7 is more of a standard move. And then castles kingside. And yeah, I don't recommend like king d2. I mean, you could probably play a bunch of different moves here. Again, queen e4 is reasonable. I don't think castles is bad. You know, a lot of people would probably lash out and play f5. I'm not sure it's a bad move, honestly. I mean, you have a check on d5, but let's say, like, pawn takes pawn, rook takes. Where do you go? Queen d5 check just forces his king to a safe square, so you should probably play this. But actually looks like white stands a little better in the center, but your king open on g1. Not sure who's better here. The computer's actually giving black equal. Queen d5 check and queen d7. Wow. So now we're talking. Trying to trade queens. I bet Excel Poker would have found that. And then to play for a win, black would have to play queen f8. Alright, this is an interesting game. Castle, queen e6. That was his plan with queen c8. And now you play queen f5. Not what I expected, but probably not a bad move. Maybe black should think a bit here. Looks like you're just going to be better. What about queen c4? It doesn't look good. I mean, this queen is the only piece that's moving around. But I think he needs to consider it. There's another interesting possibility, queen g6. But I think this kind of endgame, I guess you're just like better after rook d7. Black's in a torturous situation. Or you don't have to do anything. I mean, you could just like invade the 7th on your own. So he takes. Maybe black should play rook d8, but again he has a problem. If rook d8, bishop e6. I mean, I don't think this is gonna work. Yeah, I don't know. What does the computer say? He should take, but he's slightly worse. Yeah, queen c4 is... tough move to find. Yeah, this is a tough move to find. I mean... There's definitely a rationale behind it. A2's hanging. You don't have any concrete, like, big attack or anything. G4 is weak. He avoids exchange of queens. He avoids this, like, you getting this bind on him with pawn takes f5. Looks like that was definitely best. So now it's torture time. What about g6? I mean, this pawn is really choking black here. The choker. g6. Pawn takes pawn. H takes. I mean, you even have to consider this. But I guess white is better here. With the rook on the 7th. You saw that only b5 holds equality. Wow. Minority attack. b5. Well, white's certainly in no danger. You've got a like slight advantage on control of the center. I think what you need to do is maybe like even play for a kingside attack. I mean, if you could play knight e4, king g2, king f3, you'd have a very serious advantage. Now he has to try bishop d8. But I wonder... Okay, this is like a fast game or what? Are you doing the right thing by exchanging here? Shouldn't you... He had to stop bishop e6, but shouldn't you consider bishop here? I mean, threatening rook d7? Is Streamlabs donation page down for everyone else? I don't know, but it better not be. Better check. But I know the credit card donations may not work. Hey! Get out of there! There's a pigeon on my window. We've had trouble with this with the Streamlabs credit card donations. Get out of here, pigeon. Oh, it's down. Oops. That's bad. That's really bad. Whoa. We're gonna have to investigate. Looks like they might have problems at Streamlabs. That's not good. Yeah, no, it's not you, Move11. I've got an oops. Oops? What is that about? What do you mean, oops? Uh-oh. Streamlabs at Twitter. 37 minutes ago. We apologize for the inconvenience, but some of our services might be offline until Amazon Web Services is back online. So basically, Move11 can't make a donation because, thanks, Amazon Web Services. It just loaded for you? Really? Oh yeah, it's working. Wow. Just in time. They had it on Twitter that Amazon Web Services was a problem. Maybe it just came back up for Move 11. Game 11. It loaded for you? Well, you can't make a donation by a credit card since a while. You have to do Streamlabs through PayPal. Did you try to make a credit card donation? I still haven't been able to troubleshoot that. Is the donation page still not loading? Server error. No, they still have problems. Keep trying and our operators will be standing by. It looks like Amazon. You actually got that far? I would assume it's something on their site. So, back to the game here. I don't like this exchange of bishops. Like, your bishop's better than his bishop. But you have a problem with knight e7? I guess theoretically you could play bishop c5. Trying to cut off his king. Now bishop e7. It gets pretty sharp here. But I think now you have rook d7. I don't know, like, Excel Poker is hugely better. Ship it on stars. Yeah, you can make a transfer to Slaggy on stars. I have like $1 in my PokerStar account. PokerStar is $1. Anybody know a good $1 tournament? Alright. No, I don't. I haven't played online poker in like 3 years. So, bishop d8, I don't know. He takes it, he goes into the ending. Objectively, I'm not sure if that's the best. Is this a winning position for white, really? With that broken structure? Black's king is approaching the center. b7 is protected. I mean, white's king can march up here pretty quickly. That's a neat little move. Well, OnlyFans has like cash. They have cash games, Mr. Coffee. I don't have an account over there either. Man, where is everybody? Move $15. Something's working. That went through. We're up to 592.77. Nice job, move 11, game 11. Good job. So, this is interesting. It looks like black's fine, but Excel Poker finds this like tactical means of preventing like king f8. Maybe he should do it anyway. What's a double isolated pawn anyway? King f8. Oh, he played it. Wow. Dude, that's a ballsy move. Knight check, king e7, and if knight takes e5, he has king f6. So that was really well calculated by Excel Poker's like opponent. So I guess he's gonna come here. Like, I guess you can also consider king f1, king e2 to approach from that side. I mean, Excel Poker has a 3-on-1 majority, 3-on-2 majority, excuse me, on the queen side. Here's a major moment, boys and girls. Yeah, but maybe he has to play king d6. What do you do? Suddenly it looks like black might have a chance. Oh, that's what happened. Duh. He did what? He say what? He played what? In this position? Are you serious? King e7? Dude, you must be joking. There's no way that we're playing king e7 in this position. You gotta play king d5. I mean, this mighty king. If you try to play, yeah, I mean, I don't know. You just have to kind of chill out. I'm not sure you're winning here. Maybe you are. Maybe you have some trick with f6. Is that it? But you might be able to get in. Let's see, f6. Yeah, this is crazy, dude. That pawn could actually become a weakness too. Maybe black plays g6. This is very, very complicated. Is it lichess only games? Well, it doesn't matter. Like, we're full. Pokecello. You can submit a game for 2 weeks from now. If you're a subscriber. You have to be a subscriber to the stream. On Twitch. Thanks, Move 11, for submitting game 11. And we got up to 592.77. I'm aiming for 666 before I go to Transylvania. We're leaving for Transylvania on Sunday. So it would be nice to get to 66666 by the end of the week. So far, with Move 11's help, we are up to 592.77. We're looking for 66666. So you analyze the endgame, it's drawn with precise play, but you have some tricks here and there. Yeah, I mean, you're better because of the space. I think you're better because of the space and the queenside majority, which is like a little easier to use. You know, as we can see, his kingside majority isn't really making its presence felt here. But black has to be precise. This is a passive move. Now it looks like he has to be quite careful. I don't know what you're supposed to play here. I mean, generally speaking, you should probably be moving your queenside pawns forward, not your H pawn, because you want to create a passer. So I would think a4, maybe a4, b4 on the queen side. Maybe b4. Rather than moving your pawns over here, you know, you want to advance the pawns on the queen side. And he doesn't really want to move his queenside pawns, but he does anyway. So this looks like he's playing for tricks. f6, king f5, something like that. Excel Poker's kind of a tactical dude. Now knight b7, and this knight is nicely like dominated. So you have f6. And then the super king. Of course, even this has to be considered. Oh no. Master of calculation. Yeah, we went under with... He started to go under with king e7, but his play is pretty weak. f3. Holy shit. Are you serious? Do you have to play f3 here? Does it matter? Not really. I mean, basically, if he tries to defend his f6 pawn, you're going with the queenside majority, so it's good. h5 is like mean. You need that h-pawn, though. He doesn't have any time to get back. It's over. Yeah, it was a good game. Interesting game. You had 7 minutes to 28 seconds. And he's still not resigning. Proper technique. So queen a3, king c1, king c3, king d1, queen takes b2. This is even stronger. Mate, nice job. The technique with queen a7. Shortest possible mate. b2, queen a7. That's a nice move. This is the same thing, right? It doesn't matter. I was thinking like this here, and then like slowly torture him with this, 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 and this. Alright guys, check out the center pawn loss. So yeah, I mean, it looked like you didn't make any serious mistakes. You made no mistakes or blunders. Okay, where is it? How do I see it? How do I see center pawn loss here? Why doesn't it show me? Oh, request computer analysis. Alright. Yeah, I'm looking at the wrong thing. Sorry. Why do I have to request computer analysis? It should already be analyzed. Wow. Dude reported you for being a computer. Are you serious? I'm definitely reporting you for being a computer. Especially since you like crushed him on the clock. But notice he was like fully equal. Even after his stupid b6, king e7, that's unbelievable. He's still okay after this ridiculous passive move. In my book, that's where he started to go down the toilet. The computer likes king d5 better too, but it only makes a very small differentiation. I mean, 0.3 centipawns is a big deal in an endgame. Alright, anyway, guys. Hardcore analysis. Thanks, Move 11. We've got, oh, Antonia's black. Alright. Where were we, anyway? Annotations, comments. I don't know where it was before. Select a move to annotate. Whatever. Alright. Thank you, Move 11, for the tip. A defensive struggle. Oh no. Ah. He got me. You know it's going to be a defensive struggle when they play that. So I mean, obviously it depends on your opening repertoire. If you're trying to play the King's Indian, you're playing probably G6. I'm playing mostly C5 here, but you can get Mamedyarov. Like, C5 is dynamic, but they can push. They can still push even though they're, like, down a tempo. I guess it's not necessarily good right away. But anyway, okay, whatever. Your repertoire is King's Indian. Okay, G6. And now, immediately... This is a bit strange for me, to be honest. The number one move in this position is Bishop D3. Really? That's weird. I would think like Knight F3 and C4 would be more common. Mr. Coffee is in the house. Now you're Mirko, and it confuses me with, hey, it's Miro. It was better when you were Antoni because it didn't remind me of anyone else's name. Hey, what's up, Bijak? So the problem with Bishop D3 in this kind of structure is like black hasn't committed to D6 or D5. So if you play Bishop D3, you're like setting yourself up for D6, E5, and E4. You're basically like, you know, preemptively gonna get hit by that pawn advancing. You know, honestly though, I guess it's totally playable. If you want to do like Botanik did against the King's Indian attack, you can play, for example, Bishop G7, and now, well, honestly, C4, you know. If C4 castles Knight C3, we suddenly like transpose back into something else. D6, Knight on G to E2. I mean, this is black's playing the French with the tempo, an extra tempo. The bishop can draw back to like C2. That was Botanik's recommended setup against the King's Indian attack. Knight on E7, bishop on D6, something like that. You know, so when you try to do the Bobby Fischer here, Knight on BD7, Rook E8, you know, E4 push, it's not as effective. Plus, white can play like F3 at some point. Did you got my stupid game? Gutter slang. Bishop G7. Dude, this is horrible. White's next move. He's obviously been watching like Eric Rosen London System videos. This offends me, you know. If somebody plays this against me, I'm like, alright, dude. Now I'm gonna kick you, you know, across the ocean. H4, it shows no respect. It's a totally crazy, reckless guy. You haven't even castled yet, and he's playing H4. So I don't like d6, dude. It's not a terrible move, but you're too accommodating. It's okay, but it's probably not the best. I think you gotta go for it now. You know, I mean, you gotta punish him for this. Good moves become bad moves when they're left unpunished. The answer to a flank attack is a strike in the center. I really want to play... I want to go like full Andras Adorian and do like e5. But I just don't think this is going to work. You know, he could take it. And then we just don't really have a clear follow-up. So... the only other answer, man, is obvious, right? I mean, I don't think... I don't want to play h5 and justify all his shit. h6 is like passive. Yeah, I mean, but d5 isn't a bad move. You're gonna transpose to like some kind of... if you play d5, you're flirting with transposing to like the... what is that Hebden plays? His bishop's on the wrong square though. The Barry attack. He's supposed to play like bishop e2, you know, and bishop on f4. It's like a Jabava London thing. No, but d5 doesn't it's not a bad move. Of course, this is a fine move, but it doesn't do anything. You know, this is more problematic, I think. You should play c5 and put some pressure on him. Okay, the problem is, like, if you do this and he plays h5, you probably have to, like, take. You can't avoid it. I think you're going to have to let him do some kind of crazy sacrifice, whatever. But that's fine. It's not the Dutch, man. You didn't play the Dutch. Scary, but not scary enough. He didn't play the Dutch, man. He's a tempo down. If he plays bishop e2, this is crazy. No. He has to take. I mean, no, this isn't sound. It's not sound. It's scary in like a 3-minute game, maybe, you know. But in serious chess, if this was like a long game, I would be like laughing at my opponent. But anyway, the point is, like, I think you need to strike. You know, you need to strike back. Not just make like routine moves. d6 isn't bad, but it doesn't strengthen c5. Okay, d6 is definitely not bad. You have to take. You even have like a runaway. Dude, this kind of shit happens in the Dutch, man. That's scary. No, if my pawn is on f5, this is really scary now. But my pawn's not on f5. If my pawn's on f5, I'm playing like queen h5 check, king d7, and almost getting mated. So, first things first. The obvious suggestion is knight f6, knight d7, knight f6. The only thing that bothers me is knight d7, bishop c4 is kind of funny. And we might have to play rook f8 there. And then we're starting to look like we're having some issues. You play knight d7. But let's try to find something maybe even better. First off, this is really outside the box, but I would at least consider queen d7. This is an idea that I've used in different openings. If you play queen d7, queen g4, you also might be able to roll it out here. Try to neutralize his advanced queen. It's just something to think about. You know, your move looks kind of standard. Another possibility is just like a hippo type of thing. It's also slow, but it circumvents that bishop c4. It does look like white has some threats here. Now he'll eventually play e4. So like, you know, knight d7, e4, and he has pieces coming into g5. Black has to be very careful here. This does look a little scary now. But my problem is with knight d7, does he have bishop c4 here? Or are we missing something? You can castle kingside. As crazy as that seems, it might be the best move. There'd be other options. There'd be other options, but I don't really like them. Castles plus 2.3. Wow, it found e6. I looked at this. I wasn't sure if it was enough, giving a pawn back. It's an interesting idea. So at this point, white now has a pawn in the exchange. I think that's a reasonable try. Maybe that's safer than castling kingside, but this is definitely the computer move. Alright, hold your breath and castle kingside. He plays knight f3, now knight f6. This looks like you're pretty okay now. Objectively, white should play queen h4. Queen g5 doesn't look right. This doesn't look right. This is misplaced. It's in the way of the bishop. It's prone to getting attacked. It's blocking the g-pawn. I don't like to castle kingside in this position, but I would never say never. You can obviously play king f8, but rook g8 allows you to possibly castle. I mean, you could play anything here, man. You could play like bishop f8. It's not a bad move. Probably rook g8 next. Yeah, rook g8, and then c4. c4 is a nice move, but this guy's down the exchange. You know? If he doesn't do something quickly, he doesn't have enough compensation. So you use this idea, nice. Thinking outside the box. Good job. And now, ironically, he plays queen h4. Although I don't know what to suggest for white, to be honest. Bam. Speak of the devil. And now, hey, you know, hey, it's Miro. Hey, it's Mirko. Right. There's no f3 with the knight on f3 now, which makes queen g4 even more annoying. And you can play bishop d7 and castle queenside. Not a very common King's Indian plan, but whatever. See, here I just trade pieces. Yeah, this is excellent. Bishop f5. This is game over. It's game over. Yeah, he has no comp. He should try bishop e2, objectively. Like, can you force an exchange of queens here? Almost. But no cigar. Here? I wouldn't mind forcing an exchange of queens, even if I have to, like, lose a tempo. You know, like, take here, knight back, whatever. I'm up the exchange, and queens off the board. He could try to block you. This looks particularly bad. He could try knight h4. That also looks dubious. So, you could do that. I don't like this, though, because you're getting attacked. Why didn't he play knight c3? Oh, he was, like, materialistic. Yeah, I expected him to play this and sack a pawn. I think this is, like, what's the difference? If you're down the exchange, or down the exchange and a pawn, who cares? You know, he should sack this pawn. I mean, if you take here, he has, like, bishop g2. Some play. This is no time to, like, start being shy after he played like a maniac. I mean, he plays this. Okay, I guess it's not a bad move. But I didn't really want to give him our bishop. Now his bishop can't move. So we lost our late score bishop. It's a minor concession. It's not enough to justify his stupid position. H6. Castle's queenside. And now knight g4. I guess I would play like king b8 most of the time. Honestly, I don't know. I want to get your knight to like e4, but then you get pinned. You gave up your white square bishop, it's a little bit of a problem. Now you have kind of weaknesses on the white squares you have to watch out for. I thought he would play bishop e1 though. Oh, his queen's attack. Alright. Never mind. Queen g1. Bishop f6. Minor detail. You should be winning, but again, you have to be careful with the white squares. This is like an acerbate move. Knight g4. Bishop c3. Why can't he like play for f3? So maybe this. Let's get them all in the back rank. But that at least gives him an active threat of f3, and then bishop d3 and knight d3 or something. There you go, but it's a little late now, buddy. Oh boy. That's the white squares. It's probably okay. I guess you can afford it. Now all of a sudden, hello Slagians. Slagi Patrol. You're threatening e4, maybe as a pawn sack. Wow, that's nuts. Yeah, I mean f4, e4 looks very strong. I think he just like lost patience. Check. Oops. How long was that in the position? Oh, you missed this. This has been in the position for a while. You could always like check and your knight is hanging. Okay. As soon as your knight's not hanging, it's available. Alright, check. King b1. Is that important? So he has to play king c1. White is lost. I think this guy should switch to the London. What do you guys think? Switch to the London. Get a really massive attack. Forget the Kali system. But objectively, yeah, g6, man. White should play c4, or maybe knight f3 and like a Nakamura thing with b3. I'm just not thinking like this bishop d3 is particularly good. All right, Pavel Blatny played it. All right, Lakey is next. Tiger Express versus Lakey. Did you need to sack it? Did not need to sack it. Sack what? Sorry, Mirko, what? You did not need to sack what? Lakey playing Alyakin's defense. Oh yeah, you don't have to. I'm just saying it's an idea. If you had, he would have probably taken with a bad bishop. But you have enough material, you can probably sacrifice a pawn. F4 was a bad move, but objectively he's losing. It's just that you had some issues. The pawn structure, the white squares. I didn't like that you gave him your light squared bishop. You need to sign a waiver. Ask Acerbate. On this stream, we don't trade bishops for knights unless you have like a waiver form signed by your parents that says it's okay for little Johnny to like trade his bishop for a knight. Despite you know, Chigorin and popular belief, bishops are not necessarily only equal to knights, but generally better. Okay, I saw this game. Yeah, this is like a rare, relatively rare Aliekan sideline with bishop c4. I play c6 and I played c6 a lot here. But, alright, knight b6. And then this move is just really, really weird. White's supposed to play, obviously, bishop e3. Speaking of, what did I just say? What did I just say to you? Like, little Johnny? You're not supposed to trade your bishops for knights unless you have a good reason to do so. I just got done saying that. What is on the board now? You played Aliekan over the board? Only when I'm on tilt. I have a terrible score. Tournament games with Aliekan. I was just talking about it the other day. I drew Shaba. I lost most of the other games against people I shouldn't lose to because I was on tilt. I always like play it when I'm like angry. Yeah, this is a bad move. I wonder if we have an alternative here. Really no need for an alternative. I mean, seriously, like, think about how bad this move is. This is like Black's worst piece in Aliekan's defense. I just saw a game today where it moved to b6 and it never moved again. Like, White should definitely not let you trade that knight, Black's worst piece, for the bishop on c4. So now White has like weaknesses. Black plays this, but objectively, we are going to target this pawn. The first thought is d6. I guess we also have to consider g6. But I suppose in that kind of case, maybe h4, h5 type of attack would, what we saw last game would be sort of justified, maybe. So I think this is, you know, since White's just pretty much set up to play bishop e2 anyway, I don't know. I don't really want to give him more time. I would play this right away. On a weird, for a weird suggestion, I would consider like d5. But it doesn't feel right. This might be a serious mistake. You know, White could play d4 here. We don't necessarily want to commit our knight to c6. If you can play d6 first, White like pretty much has to trade. He could play knight f3, I guess. Maybe it's not so bad. Alright. Anyways, knight c6, bishop e2, d6, knight f3, and now bishop g4. And now White has to give up the center. Give up the strong pawn on e5. Weak pawn, whatever it is. And which way do we take? All in favor? Can we get a vote here? Mr. Coffee? All in favor of c takes, raise your hand. All in favor of e takes, raise your hand. Favor of queen takes, raise your hand. This is a developing move. I wonder if Uber Driver likes that. I'm kind of drawn to queen takes. It's not that I like want to castle queenside necessarily. The queen has pretty good mobility here. It looks good. See what the oracle says. Oh yeah. clear queen takes d4, +2 for black, plus 1.6. Do I hear 1.7? This is a huge move. I should have waited on that. Mr. Coffee, which way should black take? Takes to the C pawn, 100%. Take toward the center, right? Yeah, I was just kidding. The problem here is that diagonal. So the C pawn is the second best way to take. Castles. And now, yeah. Unprincipled move by black. But maybe not that bad. He has to do something. What about, like, giving up the g7 pawn for tactics on the h file? So say we play e6. White just, like, makes a move. We play bishop e7. If he takes this pawn here, and now we're threatening bishop h3. Along with other nasty stuff. Does anyone else have the feeling like this is not a bad g file to have? So maybe that's the best plan for black. Also, the more extreme e5 playable. Although white could try to like bust up the pawn chain with d4 later. Not so easy to do that. This looks kind of artificial to me. Takes with queen wins, 2-1. Now where's he going to put his knight? Now he has knight a3. d3. So I feel like black started to lose a thread a little bit here with queen b6. But nevertheless, his position's okay. We have the bishop pair, we have a strong center at e5. We put our queen on a weird square, but we can always bring it back. And that's what happens. Rook b1, queen c7. Okay. It's at least equal, but black might be better. I mean, we really want to use our wedgie here with f5. Yeah. Our d5 is a good idea too. So some kind of pawn break for black. We're not going to be able to do this with just piece moves. Black needs to use his superior pawn structure. Like Arsenal we could play maybe like f6 and eventually play d5. d5 is definitely an idea. Queen e1 getting out of the pin. That was a crafty move by white. Rook fe8, that's a good move. And then rook b2, okay, what's that do? Nothing. So now the question is, what should black do? He plays a5. This is a very bad move. I was thinking f6, maybe bishop f8, maybe rook on a d8. Uber driver. I don't know, man. That's a long-winded plan, Holmes. I think there's more fundamental stuff we can do. I don't agree with Uber driver's, Rubinsteinian maneuver here. It's just too slow. But I mean, I also think that f5 is a good move, objectively. Like, probably this is a good move. That's a killer pawn. It takes away the e4 square from white's pieces. Let's be serious here. Serious for a minute. Like, this has got to be the best move. What is white going to do after f5? He'll have to play something crazy like d4. I mean, this is really strong. Then we can slowly, play bishop f6, rook d8, rook even d5 maybe ourselves, or just go for Grishuk, like, it looks like Nakamura Grishuk from a few years ago. F5, H3. Yeah, but I mean, you're weakening your king side. And then in the end, like, you're going to get stampeded by G5, G4. Yes, you can play that, Ars. It's not like White is lost by force, but I think White has a really bad position. Black is definitely clearly better. But A5 is a terrible move because it weakens us along the B file too. Now we don't have any like stability with B6. Look at this. Immediately. Before he could just simply play B6. And White would have to play A4, A5 to even break it open. Well, at least he stopped A4, A5. Queen B1, Rook B8. Black is probably still better. But now White has this counterplay along the B file. It's pretty annoying. B6 isn't necessarily necessary. Isn't necessarily. H3. Now here I'm not sure. This is different. I mean, maybe we want to bring it back here. In the other case, it was forced. But with the ability to attack both sides of the board, maybe, yeah, here. And not just the tricks. I mean, the piece has better scope. It's not just about tricks. Yeah, this is like misplaced. There's this over here. Petrov trick. White is actually threatening F4. Well, threatening may be a strong word, but White could play F4 maybe at some point. And it turns out he's using the Uber driver method. So perhaps Bishop D8, Knight E3. Well, anyway, we can play it next move. Here, here, F5, here. Right, instead of F4, Bishop D8, guarding B6, circumventing Knight D5, and then the queen comes over here. Or possibly to D7. But I guess we're losing B6. This is a serious threat, man. What are you going to do about it? So he just like goes all in over there. But what's the threat? We're not even threatening F3. And this is terrible. Now we're just like losing our B6 pawn. So Black underestimated White's play all along the B file. I guess queen somewhere else would be better. Queen D7, anything. At least here we have some squares. We're losing B6 anyway. Was A5 a bad move? What do you think? Here, Queen A7. We could have played Queen A7 and not lost the tempo. Yeah, I think these knights are better than their bishop counterparts in this structure. Yeah, and he has a little trick here. A very nice move, Queen D7. Getting out of the pin. Not sure White has like a crushing blow yet. Technically it's not over. But I suppose White can just play like Knight F3 next. Before Knight D4. Oh, okay. You mean like, yeah, when it was hanging. Yeah. Yeah, you would probably just take. we'd have a game where white is up a pawn with more weaknesses. Weaknesses for black. Queen c8 check, king f7. Something similar, but a better version for black, yeah. The way it went, white's just winning. And queen e8 mate. So not a good game for Lakey. So he submitted that game anyway. Acerbate, you're up next. Jade Daradanas is raiding with a party of 5. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for the raid. It's hot here. It's getting hot here in Budapest again. I'm going to get out of here for a week next week. Hope everyone's having a good summer. Thanks for the raid. Oh, this is our hero, Acerbate, playing white. Thank you, sir. The St. George defense. So Acerbate doesn't try to challenge it with d4. He plays kind of a strange move, I would say. This is not a move that many people are going to play against the against the St. George. Acerbate actually puts his knight in the path of the... He puts the knight in the path of the pawn. You're just like... Bring it on, bro. It would be funny if, he is dogmatic. He's almost as dogmatic as Uber Driver. Yeah, he's trying, you know, why he played this, Acerbate? I mean, Arsenal? He's hoping that his opponent transposes to the closed Sicilian. He's like, look, I'll transpose the Sicilian. It's like a Russian prisoner swap. If I give you the arms dealer, will you give me, like, the basketball player and the Marine? But your opponent isn't, you know, he's not here to, like, do deals with you or cooperate, you know? He's not going to play c5, right? He's going to play b5. But he didn't. He actually plays c5. It's unbelievable. Like, what's the chance of that? Like, why would the guy play a6 and then not play b5 after knight c3? This is the best place for b5. This move might be useful later on. Dude, look at the database. There are literally 392, 392, I can't even read. 392 games, and white played knight c3 in one game in this position. The other must be a transposition from like a... The other was a transposition, it was a Dunst opening. The other game was knight c3 on move 1. Black played a6, and then the guy played e4. Whatever. Alright, c5, we transpose. Now f4. Notice how good black's score is after f4 in the database. Like 15 years ago or 12 years ago, Richard Palliser did a book on the anti-Sicilians and recommended a6 as a good sort of sideline against the c3 Sicilian. He actually recommended e6 a lot, but e6 and a6. I don't think like white should necessarily play f4, but it's better than it is against e6 probably. I guess objectively white's best move is knight f3 here. g3 is okay, but objectively the best move is knight f3. Anyway, Acerbate's playing the Grand Prix, so here, and now black. How weird is this, right? The guy plays a6 on move 1, but he doesn't play b5. He's afraid to play. Who plays the St. George defense? And they're like afraid to play b5. He's like, no, I'm not going to do b5. That would be overextending myself. I played a6 so I could play b6 now. Makes sense, right? We played a6, and now b6. Just when you thought I was going to play b5, I tricked you. It's actually not that bad, of course. I mean, you could do anything here, but I like that you're sticking to the plan. Knight f3, bishop b7, and now the big question. Yeah, well, I mean, Astorbate's gotten in trouble, Arsenal, because he doesn't really understand how to play. He doesn't have experience playing, like, open Sicilians, necessarily. So I'm not sure I want to encourage him to play d4. You can see that two players played it, Pribble and Mike Doherty. Objectively, it might be White's best move. It's probably White's best move in this position, but it doesn't mean like White should do that if he's used to playing the Grand Prix attack. No, after d4 we transpose to a. It's a chom. I call it the chom Sicilian. d4, c takes d4, knight takes d4, e6. Christian Bauer, Christian Bauer, Christian Bauer, Christian Bauer. It's really not that bad for black, probably. b3 is a legal move, for example. Okay, Asterbate played bishop c4. Not really a good idea when our opponent is likely to play an e6 based setup. But what are his options here? d4, a4. Actually, he often plays a4. Asterbate never transfers to a normal closed Sicilian, but it's definitely a possibility. Or d3 with the idea of. You could also play. You could probably play queen e2, but it looks a little weird. So here I don't love it. e6, best move. And now White castled. Yeah, now you have double problems. You're facing d5 and b5. So you better hope you have something here, man. He ended up playing bishop e2. Honestly, maybe you should play bishop e2 now before it's too late. Just admit you like screwed up and bring your bishop back. So you can meet, you can meet d5 with d3 before it's too late. I think at this point you've made a mistake and you're in trouble. What are you going to do? Even a4 is too late. I mean, d5 and black is better. It looks like black is just better. Yeah. You got to get the hang of playing this with White Asterbate. Now black plays b5, and then he had to go back. And his position is screwed up. But black goes for the material now. b4, knight a4, bishop takes pawn. No, this actually... This kind of variation exists, theoretically, in these type of lines where White sacrifices the e-pawn. It's not necessarily unplayable. This knight on a4, though, he needs a little bit of backup. This is a really surprising move now. It felt like, I guess White has to play for d4. I don't know what else to suggest. But he plays knight e5. Apparently with the idea of bishop f3. And now black just retreats the bishop unprovoked. Yeah, speaking of f5, black's gonna regret that real bad. That's a tempo he really could have used. I mean, seriously, if you're black here and you give me, or if I'm black here and you give me two choices, okay, you can play bishop e7 or knight f6. Seriously, like, what are you going to play? I'm going to not develop any pieces, or I'm going to develop my pieces. Shielding the king side a bit with knight f6. Or, I mean, even, like, d6. But I think Asturbate's idea might be seen in some variation like this. This bishop f3 comes in. You know, so here it gets a little tricky. Maybe knight f6, bishop e4, knight e4, queen f3. Black has to think about, you know, how to protect this knight. Possibly take on d5, take, check, takes, e takes, maybe knight here, rook a7. Just theoretically, a possibility where white probably has some compensation for the pawn. Maybe not enough. But, alright. Bishop e7 unprovoked, and yeah, then f5. Yeah, knight f7 a bit early, but he'll get there. Again, I'm like instantaneously playing knight f6 here. There's no way I'm playing anything else. You are not gonna like kill me on f7. Seriously, I mean, it would have been this, probably. This is still, there's some danger here, I guess. But at least this way you get like a threat of check on d4. So if Asturbate decides to like sack a knight on f7, I mean, I don't think there's enough compensation in this case. But you never know. I mean, maybe he'll find a way. Oh, Camel Culture. Camel Culture, you're too late, buddy. But you're going to be in for next time. Camel Culture. No procrastinating. Camel Clutcher. Next week we're not here. So you have 2 weeks to get ready for your game analysis on the stream. Super, super late this week. But seriously, thanks for joining us. It's good to have an NM to bounce some ideas off. F5. Bishop d6. Yeah, black was like blissfully unaware of the danger here. He could have played knight f6, but decided to play bishop d6 instead. Blissfully unaware. Clearly black is not a bughouse player. There's no way a bughouse player is doing this, right? Anyone who has any awareness of the weakness of the f7 square, you're like begging white to do it now. I mean, even like knight h6 is probably bad, but not as bad as bishop d6. Yeah, so he goes knight f7. Basically, he was forced to. No, he has this too. Actually, Asturbate could have done it this way. We have to consider this possibility. There is the family fork on f7. You could probably do it without actually... You can actually do this without sacrificing material necessarily. So pawn takes e6. If, you know, if this takes, knight takes. The problem is it's a three-way. Arsenal's favorite kind. The beer tastes sweet. Dreyer is like the Hungarian version. No, it's not bad. It's a little... It's not dry enough. But it's better than Heineken. Yeah, queen h4 with counterattack if we weren't dropping the bishop, right? Double bishop sacrifice. Bring it on. No, I guess he has to take this way. And then knight f7. Where's Uber Driver and his cowboys? The last Dutch guy I asked about Heineken wasn't offended. He said he drinks Belgian beers. Alright, knight takes f7. Bishop takes h2 check. King h2. Queen h4 check. King g1. Nice knowing you. There's a check, right? But you even have rook f2. This is pretty funny. Knight f6. Anyways, it should be winning for white. So Asterbait just sacked the knight on f7. Inspired. Oh, you didn't? Oh shit, I lied. My bad. Yeah, Ars, I thought he was gonna sack it right away. You convinced me that he did. Yeah, this is the most interesting. I don't know how Asterbait actually controlled himself. It's surprising that he controlled his impulse control was there. He wanted just a little more development. But it's strong, man. I mean, Black's like not gonna... What's he gonna do? Like take the knight? This sucks for Black too. This is really ugly. I think his move was good. Although knight f7 might be good as well. I don't have a problem with it. Is this clear? Where's the finishing blow? White only has like 3 pieces. Why is king e7 forced? Are you sure? I thought he could play king e8. Oh, you have queen... No, you don't have queen f3. Check. And now? Pac-Man. I'm gonna have to like say I'm skeptical, dude. I'm a little skeptical of this. Let's say queen e7. I mean, I'm right. Like, all right, maybe you're winning, but I'm not sure. What do you want to do now? Dude, you just like... You opened the H file of Doom. Yeah, I don't think there's anything here. White is like losing now. Black's king is just gonna come to like c7. Oh, I guess you could win a piece, but I'm not sure that's enough material. Who knows? But situation is unconvincing. But let's see what the Oracle says. Fe6 was the best move. I'll be damned. Knight f7, not clear. Not clear. King f7, fe6, king e8. And the engine actually wants to go bishop f3. Okay, check, g6, and then bishop f3. Well, your queen g4 came in a close second. But it's just not... It's not clear. Black has defenses. So, Asterbait wasn't tempted, and he did d4 developing his pieces. Yeah, I mean now black has problems with takes on c5. Knight takes c5. This seems like a legitimate threat. If you take on d4, you're like bringing out white's pieces. But maybe he could get away with it. I mean, I guess queen here. What would Aspirate have done? No, probably you would take on e6 there, would you? If he takes on d4, you take here now. And your attack is even stronger. This is winning, I think. Pretty close to winning. So black has to play, I don't know what, like knight f6 or something? Knight c4 is an idea too. But this is atrocious. He played pawn takes f5. That's crazy. That's seriously crazy. That's the worst move ever. Pawn takes f5. Everything wins, but this is pretty cool. This has got to be sound now. Knight f7, king f7. Rook takes f5 check. Knight f6. I believe that white's attack is sound. Maybe I'm wrong. Bishop h5 check g6. Bishop c4 check. Oh, you wanted to do, yeah, bishop h5 check. Probably he can't play g6 because of bishop g5. I'm not sure. It's a good question. But it certainly looks dangerous, to say the least. There could be some danger here. But bishop c4 might be better. Here. Yeah, this is really pretty. Now, I expected queen h5 right away. That would be pretty nasty. But he played this. And then black played bishop e7, and then queen h5. But there's something that I don't understand. Houston, we have problems. So did you screw this up, Asterbate? Wait. Bishop g5. If queen h5, queen e8, but you have rook takes a6 check there. If you play this first, there's g6, but he's definitely in a dangerous place. Black's getting mated after g6. He's got to be getting mated. g6? I mean, the main point is this. Maybe this doesn't work. Shit. No, we have this. Takes, bishop h6 check, king here, and then rook e1. This is important. After queen h5, he like has to go here. And then the question is, where's the mate? Just here? Oh, this is really strong. Yeah, I think you screwed up, Asterby. You should have played queen h5 first. You played this, giving him time for this, and now on queen h5 he has queen e8. I'm not convinced that white is winning here, or even okay. But I guess he does have immense like long-term compensation. But I don't think you can trade queens. So what are you going to do? You're going to have to play like queen h4. Unless you got some tile like sacrifice. Rook f6. You're going to need a tile like sacrifice then. Jesus. There is one. Oh my god. Oh my god. I was just looking at a crazy tile game today with Yabatis where he sacked his queen. This is another tile sacrifice. Like, this is a good move and white is much better. But there's apparently this. Holy shit. Oh, this is protected. Oh. I thought it was a queen sacrifice. Asterbate had it all worked out all the way. It's not a queen sacrifice. The queen is freaking protected. I thought it was a queen sacrifice. Oh my god. Wow. Had it figured out all the way. I like how black played that move. So what's his best defense? No way. He has d5. Way. d5, knight c5, threatening the fork. Bishop takes c5. Wow. Speaking of tile, rook takes f6 check, pawn takes f6, bishop h6 check, king e7. But white is down like a rook and a knight here. This is really crazy, dude. So apparently after d5, black has a chance. What about, yeah, that previous position? Could they have played the same thing? They don't have it, see? Look, ma, no d5. Queen h5 is a killer. Immediately. Alright, good game. Not perfect, but good. Let's go on. We've got Sumaher, Big Dummy, Uber Driver, Saeed, and Move 11. That's still a lot of games left to go. Sumaher, are you still with us? Thanks to the raiders. We had a raid with 5 players earlier from Jay Dardanos. Alright, this is Sumaher playing white. Every game he always submits like Queen's Gambits with white. I feel like that's your big, with that or the Nimza, your big thing. So black plays d takes c4. I don't even know what this is like called. It's funny how infrequent that move is. If you look at the Opening Explorer, literally only 101 games. It's the engine's #1 move when you run it on depth 48. Depth 48? Master, is that right? It's like a stored evaluation, I guess. Yeah, this is computers remodeling opening theory, it looks like. But there are definitely transpositions. E3. And now knight on bd7. Top move according to the engine. Yet there's only 2 games where this has been played. That's wild. What's the difference between this and the Rogozin? Well, the Rogozin is with bishop e4. But I'm still not sure if the Rogozin is a Queen's Gambit declined or a Nimzo. But technically, I think like this is the Rogozin. After knight f3, bishop. The technical Rogozin is this. But I don't know what you call it if black does it like here. Queen's Knight variation. Like, no one says that. I mean, this is rarely played. After e3, bishop b4 is something. I don't know, is it not good for some reason? It's kind of crazy, like, how there's, like, no games in such a playable position. It's sort of weird. I think this could technically transpose to Rogozin. Maybe. You know, if, like, queen a4 check, knight c6, knight f3. We're getting close to, like, serious Rogozin territory now. Bishop d7, queen c2, castle, bishop takes c4. No transpositions, weird. Anyway, like this, I have no idea what this is. No idea what this is. Knight on bd7. Okay. Horatio Saldano. I knew him. Well, it's basically like taking on c4 in the... It would be like taking on c4 unprovoked in the Cambridge Springs. Bishop g5, knight on bd7, e3, c6, knight f3, and then d takes c4. Kind of like that. But this is worse though, because black's played c6, I guess. But it's basically the same thing. I mean, after bishop takes c4... Okay, there's no way this is a good move. c6 here for black. It just doesn't make sense. I mean, black should be playing for c5, maybe a6 and b5 and c5. But c6 looks like unnecessary. And then he just like transposes to a really passive Queen's Gambit. b5. Bishop d3 is the normal square, I would say. This is a little bit on the passive side. Do we want to play bishop f3? Why not bishop d3? By the way, I've probably had this position by other move orders. Normally black will play like a6, I'll play a4, bishop b7, maybe rook c1 or not. We could get transposed to something people try to play. But I don't know about this bishop e2. I mean, like, where are you going to put your queen now? If you don't have queen e2, like, where does the queen go in the future? You're just not going to move your queen anywhere. It's like you're black and your bishop's on e7 and you have nowhere to put your queen. When you play bishop d3, your pieces have more room. You have this square for the queen, and then you can connect your rooks. Bishop e2, unless you have a specific plan, is passive. And now a3. Actually, Sumahared loves putting his queen on c2. Yeah, a4 is the normal idea. But again, I want my bishop on d3. I can't even, you know, where am I going to put my knight if I play a4 and b4? I can't even put it on e4 because the knight's controlling that square. I don't even have this. You know how many times I've had that kind of thing? Where it's like a4, b4, knight e4, knight e4, bishop e7, knight f2 or something? Yeah, white played too passively in this game. But why is black not playing a6? Rook e8 is terrible. a6 with the idea of c5. Now you're going to play b4. Okay. We've got a plan. Well, at least we have a plan now with a3 and b4. Probably a3, b4, a5, queen b3, and we've had very similar games analyzed on the stream. If you're not going to play a4, a3, and b4 as a plan, he could play a5 actually. Rook e8 doesn't do anything. Rook e1 is probably better than rook e8, objectively. But this is really awkward. That takes the knight off of c5. It gives white the e5 square. Classic Pillsbury setup. Again, like the bishop would normally be on d3. We might have f3. The rook would rather be here. Rook e1 is a weird move in general. Man, I feel like I've seen this game already or something. I'm having deja vu. I think Sumer submitted a very similar game recently. Knight takes d5, so this pawn is hanging. He has to take with the queen or with the knight, or with the e-pawn. You know, maybe knight takes bishop h5. This looks really... Speaking of bishop h5. Aren't we glad we played rook e8 now? Does that lose to g6? Well, no, you have time for this now. And then move the bishop. So white is better. But he plays this, and this pawn is bad, this pawn is bad. But white's knight is very strong on e5. Still, maybe it's not that bad for black. And now you played bishop takes a6, so there will be no knight e4. G takes f. Anybody? Is anybody home? This pawn is lonely. That's fatal. He has to take with the bishop. Bishop g4. And now rook c7. Do you get the feeling like maybe black is hanging on here? I have the feeling black is hanging on. This definitely looks like some sort of cheap shot. It's not so easy. I mean, you guess. I guess you should focus on the c6 weakness. Rook here, rook over. White's advantage is not that big. +1. Dropped. No, it's +1. +1.1. So black can defend himself here. I don't really understand this move. That I understand. Actually, is that is that a blunder? Damn. So you actually blundered. Bishop takes e5, rook takes e5. He has this, this, and this. Sloppy, sloppy. There was really no reason to put your rook on c5. You could have just played like rook c2 before. Very sloppy. Oh, e4. Isn't this kind of weak here? Yeah, you've got f7, I see. So he brought his bishop back. This was defended. Formerly known as the defended pawn. Black played bishop e7 and immediately, boink, e4. What's the chances of that happening? Wow, that's a lot of weaknesses. Now you definitely sack a knight. I can't believe he took on e5. What's he supposed to do here? He has to take back, man. I'm not taking that knight. I mean, I'm definitely playing this here. If I lose a pawn or whatever, this looks crazy. This has got to be losing for black. What about d takes e5? Oh, forget it. What about it? Alright, takes. What's he gonna do? Sack his queen? He has this. Interesting. Now your rook's hanging. D6 check. Okay. Your knight's... Your bishop is hanging. The rook is hanging. You take on c7. He takes on c5. Takes on c5. This is nice. Wow, and the back rank tactic. It's a good thing you always like plan everything in advance, Sumaher. That way there's no surprises. Wow. So it's like, what's the deal? And he just resigned, but he can play like whatever. King g8. Yeah, but are you in trouble here? Check. I mean, is he in trouble here? Check. King f7. Rook here. Are you kidding me? So on rook b8, black has bishop a6. So he actually like resigned in a position that isn't lost. King g8. Or at least it's not necessarily lost. c8 check. Better just do this. Takes. Rook check. King f7. Rook takes c8. He is down a pawn. But I'm not sure if it's lost or not. You know, and black's king is a little bit better, and this pawn in e5 is pretty weak. Yeah, that's a weird resignation. Sometimes the opponents just cooperate. No, he didn't. Yeah, he thought he was just lost. What's the best move here? You had to play queen takes queen? You had to. You had to play rook d1. No, this was forced. So rather than king g8, the computer has another suggestion. h5. Giving him king up, king up, king up. h5 exclamation point. Rook d8 check. King h7. This is a way to get up and get the e-pawn. Rook b8. Bishop a6. You know, and now you have stuff. See, king f2. Rook e5. This is a crazy position. The bishop with cement shoes. Is it a bishop or not? Anyway, alright, it's too much to analyze, but he wasn't necessarily lost. That was a crazy game. Thanks, Sumaher. Interesting opening, too. Very few people play that. So now I got through that game. Big Dummy was next. I don't know who Big Dummy is, but he has a very good score against me. Oh god, the Berlin defense, it makes me stutter. Guys, we're going to be back for one more stream tomorrow, and then we're off next week. Friday stream, Blitz, Fast Rapid. Ceiling Yag D. No more Blitz. Oh, once I had a game with Big Dummy in this. I've only played the Berlin defense like a handful of times in my life. I think he played it almost perfectly against me. Saeed says, almost always in the endings, where you protect against back rank mate, you should move them more than one square. Interesting. I mean, this is like an IM. I guess the simul game. I think move 11 had some game against another IM, some training games in this line. Who is this, by the way? He played I don't know, who is this guy? Yeah, Bizgeyer was ahead of his time. Alex Scherzer too. I remember Bizgeyer a little bit older than Alex Scherzer. Bizgeyer played the Berlin a lot. Then Tony Miles. And then in like the early 90s, I remember Alex Scherzer playing it. Didn't you have a game with, what's his face? The Danish guy? Move 11 in this line? Silas Marner? Alright. Big Dummy is like the world's leading theoretical expert in every opening. It's pretty amazing. So here, Black played c5. I feel like I've seen a5. And I mean, b6 is like totally the normal plan, right? To come here. I thought you had a game with Silas that was similar, but I don't know that you did bishop b2. I guess going back. White does b3. I mean, that's normal. That's normal. That's normal. And then b6 usually. Or maybe a5. But he plays this. Carlsen Anand, but that's it. Practically no other games. The thing that really jumps out at you here is like the weakness of this square. It's like massive. I mean, if that was a good move, why the heck don't more people play it, you know? Actually, Black's score here is okay, but Anand lost against Carlsen. All the other correspondence games were draws. It's pretty funny. So, there's Alexander missed a game from 2003 against an unknown player. But other than that, like, no one played it until Anand played it in 2014 and lost against Magnus. Was that the World Championship? One of the lost World Championships that I really didn't have any inclination to watch, probably. Maybe I even know that game. Was that the game where he, like, smushed him? Wait. B6. I think I remember this. This is a different line now. We're transposing to something else. That's weird. We transposed back into theory there after b6. It just transposes back. Oh, you're saying Silas was recommending rook d1? But you can't play knight g5 here. It's kind of dangerous. I mean, rook d1 is okay, but I wouldn't put my knight on the g5 square. Unless I was drunk. But maybe you're thinking of a different position. Maybe it was a different position. b3. Anyways, let's see what happens. So Big Dummy, theoretical expert. I don't like the d5 square for Black, but okay. Maybe it just transposes to something else. b6. But Black doesn't play b6 for some reason. He doesn't like it. IM Seal just doesn't like b6. His bishop was already on e6. Now he's like, that is pretty weird, right? To go bishop e6 to d7, and then move your king, then move it back to e6. He's obviously very worried about that pawn push. This guy has a reason to be worried about that. So this is only played in one game. And now the classic maneuver. Yeah, so G5 is really committal. If anything gets into F6, you're going to be in trouble. I'm afraid like he took on the wrong dummy. There's G4 now. Knight G3. White seems better here. But what if we just like go in? Alright, we're not going to be able to do anything with just the knight. So rook d2 is reasonable. I would think a5 at some point for black. But he's got to watch rook d8. So now he does b6. King b7. Alright. Theoretically, white could play rook d8. I don't know if you want to play that. And this is really surprising move now. Knight f4. Wow. I would think like that structure would be really bad for white. His pawn looks super weak. But maybe he has h5. It comes very quickly. And if rook d8, this is pretty neat. So he equalized. There was no way for white to like surround this pawn quickly. And there's even like bishop g5. I mean, theoretically, right, couldn't white maybe play like bishop c1? King g2 is good. Bishop e7, maybe this? I mean, what's my plan? Like rook e2 and bishop takes f4? Just hypothetically. Here, here. Yeah, this doesn't look healthy. No, this isn't gonna work. Yeah, we can't do that. It looks like black's just fine. Wow. So somewhere along the line here, we lost our way. For white. You just like took away all the squares. I mean, why the long route? You know, why the long face? So let me get this straight. White plays like knight e2, knight g3, knight h5, knight f6. When you could go like knight d5, knight f6. Yeah, I know that. That's an absolutely standard idea. But why here? Maybe here? Here would have the same threat of knight f4, right? See, this is how Kovalev's Svatushkin went. And the guy played g5 anyway. Because that's such a serious issue. Although I don't know if it's forced. My point is justified by this game being in the database. That like white took too much time to do this. He could have just played knight d5 directly. This is not great for black, probably. So he does g5 anyway. Hu Yifan actually beat Almashi, wow. With c4. So I think this is where white went wrong. This takes too much time now. You could have just gone knight d5. It's too roundabout. That was a really long route. I guess here we can try something different though. You know, I guess this is definitely the wrong plan. Knight h5 is definitely the wrong plan. But I'm impressed by black. How he just like instantly plays knight f4. But actually he spent 2 minutes on that move, so knight f4 is a good move. But it's very forcing. So I guess knight h5 is a blunder. The problem is like, how do you protect this pawn? He's starting knight f4, it's going to be awkward to protect that pawn. I guess you play h4? No. King h2 is awkward. He practically had to play it to like prevent black from playing knight f4, and he played it anyway. And then black's just fine. Yeah, so theoretically, black is like worse. Can he? Oh, he didn't want to do this because of rook here. That was a nice little trap. Wow. Check this move out. Rook d3. White's actually a tiny bit worse. And if black plays c4, it's like turning the tables after rook d4. This pawn becomes a serious problem. That was subtle. So black should have played rook here. He has some serious threats now. He could have prevented that move by playing rook g8 first. Yeah, a5 is scary. Oops. So he's losing a pawn now. Black's lucky his bishops are good. It looks like he has enough compensation. That's ugly. Black almost has like b5, b4, trapping the rook or something. Yeah, those bishops are nasty. Man, he's like paralyzed. Just barely hanging on by his fingernails. Wow. And if bishop b5? Oh my god. Bishop b5? Rook e4? Rook takes c2? Knight takes g5. It's crazy. So here, here. Now this bishop is hanging. Did you know there's no such thing as a Ginsu knife? It's not a real thing. It was just like made up for infomercials. It's not like a real Japanese tradition or something. We always believed those were real things. I believe that too. Bishop d5. But I never saw anyone spell it like that. Gingsu. Suging. This is crazy, man. You sacked your rook. Wow. Are you lost here, or are you lost? This guy played a great game. He's a strong player. Jeez. White is totally lost now. He has to be lost. Don't believe it. H3 check. G5. What about the queen side? What about these pawns? I mean, this is nothing. It's not nothing. Black is winning. He should have moved his queenside pawns. I didn't know if it's winning, though. The computer knows. It's scary. You know, it looks like white has some serious threats here, but I guess not. This was a mistake, supposedly. Takes, 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 king g4. Even this is probably, like, winning for black. But it's a simul game. Who knows what the time situation was? b5. Well, he has 7 minutes. b5 e6. Take. g6. Nice. Rook c2, bishop g3. So you have to play bishop f6. And then the other pawn. And you have to get behind that one. And there's like danger. Maybe black is winning here. But it's very touch and go. You have to watch out for stuff like bishop e5 maybe. In the right position. So draw. Black was concerned. Apparently the final position is drawn. Black's last move was bad. Let's see. Maybe king c8 was bad. King c6 is better. That's not easy to see. What about like just moving the pawns? You know, can he like go with his pawns? Not so easy. What about rook e2? Rook e2, king f5, and black is lost. Ouch. Dude, that is brutal. So this contingent here is just very dangerous. It's a draw now. Nice save. Bishop takes g5. What? Oh, snap. Good question. Maybe the problem is bishop g3. But then he has rook takes f3. Oh, you want to go there? No, there's this. You can't go rook g2. No, I think, well, I mean, bishop g3, rook takes f3 is probably, could be a draw. It's a draw, apparently. But black has no way to win, that's the question. It's only a draw. It's literally like no win for black. Yeah, he had to be very accurate and he wasn't. Okay, we did Arsenal, Morales. We got Uber Driver next, Saeed, and Game 11. We're going to call him Game 11 from now on. We're up to 592.77. Get us to 66666 before I leave for Transylvania on Sunday. So I can ward off the vampires. Guys, help support my trip to the World Senior. November. Alright, this is game Uber Driver versus Hope Chess Ol. Uber Driver versus Hope Chess. Knight e2. Brutal. Ooh, it's hot. I'm gonna be glad to get out of here. Budapest is hot. Knight c6, and now g3. So the Soltis move order. Well, I mean, you can play like Chameleon. Is this the Chameleon with Knight c3 or whatever? Do you have Confessions of a Grandmaster? Uber Driver? Did you ever read that? G3. Yeah, now black made a very crazy move. Knight to d4. This is kind of random, you know? Like, okay, why do you like necessarily want to have like your pawn kind of weakened on d4? Threatening mate in 1. Yeah, you can never go wrong with the threat of mate in 1. Molokai asked if I know Master Marco Robert. But is it like Robert Marco or Marco Robert? No, I don't. What country are they from? It sounds like European. Arsenal, were you, I mean, Uber Driver, were you tempted to move your knight, like knight f4? You could try to play that, right? You'd be really weird and go here. No, I don't know. But I mean, I'm a long time in Europe, so I don't know. I don't know like too many American players who are, if they're on the younger side. I've been away from the U.S. at least as far as chess goes. I was in the U.S. as recently as 2019, but I haven't played much chess there. He was 11. Okay, he was 11. He won a game against Korchnoi. No, I don't know. Knight d4, knight takes d4, c takes d4, e5. That's crazy, dude. You need to have your head examined for playing e5. I mean, what the heck is that? What are you doing? It's like the weirdest move ever. What is e5? That's terrible. This has to be a bad move. It's a 10-minute game. You're just like voluntarily overextending your own pawn. Well, it guarantees he's going to have an open diagonal for his bishop on g2, so that's the positive side. The negative side is that he just like traded off his own center. So it's like, again, I think black probably should play d6. Is there some kind of funkadelic variation, like check? Is this Uber Driver Hope Chess? Speaking of Hope Chess, do you have something crazy? Oh my god. Did you like make this up and submit it to me or something? No, that doesn't work. He just takes here. It almost works though, that's cute. Like if bishop takes bishop, it's like a pierce. Play queen h5. That would be funny. This is not a serious variation. I still think like black ought to play d6. It's the best move. Well, apparently queen c7 is a close second, but it's fundamental, you know. Now Uber Driver played h4. Yeah, e5 is not principled. It goes against principles. Now black had to surrender his, you know, overextended pawn. So it's like the battle of the overextended pawn people. Ooga ooga. Takes. Bishop g7. Now d4. Now your pawn is overextended. Still good move, d6. f4 is too much. You would astrobate. I mean, Arsenal. Alright. E takes d6. Queen takes d6. And white has nothing. Does he? I don't know, man. When I see this position, all I see is like a nightmare on the white squares. White has all these squares. How are you possibly going to cover all these squares? I feel like I'm playing like checkers. How is your light square bishop going to literally like cover all those weak white squares across the board? Or so you're only looking at it from white's perspective. You're not thinking about like black's counterplay. Black has no weaknesses, and white has weaknesses. You know, that more than compensates for the strong central pawn at d4. It's too many weaknesses for white. Like he can't play bishop g2, and how's he gonna like control this diagonal? Like whatever he does, he's gonna run into problems. Exactly. This is exactly my point. Like bishop g2, queen a6. You can't do everything at the same time, you know? This is the problem. He puts his bishop on that diagonal, and then he can't castle because the queen on a6. Admittedly, the computer gives white a very small advantage, but you gotta be careful here. How did you get so many white square weaknesses? But seriously, the guy could play queen a6 and stop you from castling. He could play... Alright, whatever. Alright, he lets you castle. Castle, castle. Good job castling. Rook e1. And now black played a horrible move. Rook e8. Boy, that's really great. I'm so enthusiastic about Rook e8. The black has to play actively. You have one and a half pieces developed. You have 2 pieces developed. Black has a lead in development, and you have a lot of light square weaknesses. I imagine black could even play h5 here. Probably wouldn't be that crazy. You're trying to play a4 and bishop a3. Okay, what if you played like bishop g4, for example? What about this? Let's ask a stupid question. Rook e8? Come on. There's no way I'm playing rook e8. I mean, that's ridiculous. It's passive. If bishop g4, queen b3. Okay. Black has to play actively. Man, I just want to show you something funny, but yeah, bishop a3 is a problem here. It would be funny if like black did b6 and you took this. I mean, I don't know about these kingside squares. I don't think I'm taking that exchange. But it does look like bishop a3 is a problem. And I know everybody's going to say, oh, well, that's why you played rook e8. But I still think that black has to have something better. You can't play rook e8. What about bishop d7? Rook e8 is just too passive. We can't do this. Alright, bishop g4, queen b3. Yeah, I might have to play it at some point. As stupid as it is. Bishop e6. So, bishop g4 is wrong. Black should play bishop e6 right away then, cutting down this blockade diagonal. I'm not worried about this pawn. It's a pawn, and rook b8 loses the exchange to bishop f4. But even that I'm not sure about. Like even this, like here, bishop f4, queen somewhere. I mean, you can't lose your light square bishop. You have to keep that one. I don't know, you have a lot of weaknesses, dude. Alright, let's go back. I don't like rook e8 though. Let's see what the engine said. Yeah, it's a move. Okay, it's bishop e6. Bishop e6. Bishop takes b7. Rook not b8 but d8. I didn't think this was enough. But there's no way like white is winning. You might be better. But you just have way too many weaknesses and no pieces developed. I mean, I'm surprised you're even better, but I'll believe the computer. Rook e8 is bad. Now knight d2. That's surprising. I mean, I thought you were trying to set up bishop a3. Why don't you like execute here? Because of queen d7? Like you didn't like just okay, he just like defends. I guess that's true. Yeah, maybe this isn't so bad. Maybe I've been too harsh on rook e8. To be honest. Maybe I was too harsh on it. It's passive, but maybe it's necessary. But I do think like bishop e6 is better. Most people are too materialistic. He's afraid to sack a pawn. Knight d2, queen c7. Okay. Here. Yeah, and of course this is very ugly, but it's only temporary. Now you're threatening c4. Like in the Grunfeld. Now I don't know what to recommend. Bishop g4 again, probably. b7's protected. Wait, can I do bishop e6? Can I ask a crazy question? Bishop e6. c4, bishop takes c4, rook c1, b5. Bishop takes a8. Just curious. How about this position? Totally lost? It's probably lost for white. Yeah, black needs the light square bishop. He kind of needs his light square bishop. Now you like bishop g4? Queen b3. There's exchange sacks. I mean, this is probably like crushing. Maybe not crushing, but I mean, it's sound. You know, white can definitely sack the exchange in a position like this and have full compensation. I would guess. Plus 1.6. There's a lot going on here, Drive. This was an interesting game. Queen c7, bishop e2. You're threatening c4 now very seriously. Black just like didn't really come up with a plan. I like what he tried though. He was combative. He tried to play b5. You got to give him credit. He tried to do something energetic here. He probably expected you to play c5. Frederick, well, I mean, you know, you sacked the exchange on e6 there. In that position. It's a pretty common... I mean, I was talking about this variation, I guess. Don't remember. Like this. It's a pretty thematic exchange sacrifice. This happens all the time, but white has a powerful unopposed bishop, which is probably worth like somewhere in the neighborhood of 3.8 pawns or something. Then black has the bad structure, and you got a pawn for it already, so... You know, white basically isn't down material here. It's dynamic balance at worst for this bishop. Plus, there's the possibility of just like getting checkmated by the knight coming into g5 or e5. There's all kinds of dangerous stuff. The white squares are hard to protect. Sorry, I jumped ahead. But anyway, black played this interesting move b5. He probably expected c5, which looks scary. But I guess these pawns could theoretically be blockaded for a long time. I guess we have to blockade the d4 pawn. So, maybe even e6, but let's say bishop e6, and say this doesn't quite work or something. This version maybe not as strong. And if we get to that position, black's able to maybe play bishop d5. He can blockade the d pawn, and maybe white's not winning. But he might have missed this, which threatens bishop e5. And this is a very real threat. You know, one thing to give up your bishop on g2 for a rook, but to give up the other bishop is not a real problem, so this is dangerous. Still, he has to consider sacrificing the exchange. B takes c, bishop e5. But there doesn't seem to be a good square, unfortunately. If queen b7, you run into rook b1. And if queen b6, same thing. It's not, you're not losing the exchange, you're like losing a whole rook. That's brutal. You're probably losing a whole rook. So, but alright, maybe black doesn't panic. Black doesn't panic here. The important thing is that like he doesn't let you play something crazy like c5. So this appears to be a sensible move. Like knight d7. Takes, his kingside a little weak, but you don't have c5. Your structure just went down. And after rook takes, it looks like black is holding. At the end of the day, you have some space, but it feels like black just suddenly like has a playable position. Knight e4. This is a strong move. Defending the pawn, threatening queen d4 check, threatening stuff based on d6. Black, if black is okay here, he has to be very accurate. So knight f6 trading pieces, obviously, is like uber dangerous. Get it? Uber. Yeah, I wouldn't recommend knight f6. I hope he didn't play that. Obviously, like just knight takes, and the king is taking a walk. It will probably never arrive home from. So knight f6 is not an option. And queen d4 remains a threat. So I guess queen b6 here. Would stop you from playing queen d4, which is important. Keep some semblance of control over the e-squares. And leave the queen in a fairly active square. Like for example here, maybe rook b2. You keep attacking the queen, I could stay active with maybe queen b4. Keep an eye on this square. It looks like black can hold on if he's careful. Played bishop b7, queen d4 check. And now, I mean, you gotta seriously consider queen e5. If you trade queens, maybe black's able to hang in there. But white should probably avoid the exchange of queens. I don't know exactly how we play from now. Maybe queen a4. We'll start to look at exchange sacrifices again, like this. Trade queens, knight c3. I thought I had an answer for that. Maybe not. We have an answer for everything, Uber driver. Rook here. f4. You want to play f4? No, but okay. That's not that simple, is it? I can harass your rook. But maybe Arsenal's right. He has knight d6. And this is with check. Ooh. Yeah, this looks very problematic. I think f4 might work. Alright. So queen d4, check, king g8, d6. Surprise. Things... Yeah, this reminds me of a teammate of mine who lost one of the games in the early season last year. His opponent had nothing out of the opening but hanging pawns, and then this suddenly I looked and it was on d4, then it was on d5, then it was on d6, then it was on d7, and then it was on d8. I was like, Jesus Christ. This guy's only thing in this position is this like passed pawn, and every time I looked it was like further down the board. He made up for it though by finishing strong in the last couple of rounds. So e takes d. You got a refutation? You got a refutation. Wow. Knight takes, check, king f8. I thought I had something. Knight c7, rook c5. Not so clear. This is Arsenal's variation. Yeah, maybe it wasn't so simple. Let's see. Queen d4 check. Jeez, it was Black's best move. No. The computer's not sure. It is playable though. It is playable. There's no forced win. Queen takes e5, knight takes e5. Yeah, it's playable. I mean, I feel like white doesn't really want to exchange, but here's the line. f4. Yeah, this is critical. Knight d3. And now not knight d6. There's an improvement. Rook e3. Don't thank me, thank the computer. That's pretty complicated. Rook takes d5, and now knight c3. And that wins a piece. So, alright, anyways, the computer settles our debate there. King g8 is probably best. Here, here. Queen f6. No. Oh, you've got a fork. That doesn't look good. Check? No. So rook check doesn't do anything. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Rook check, knight f8. There's no fancy flashy combination. So you just like want material here. I mean, you're just up the exchange. Yeah. This is a different story. Now Black's getting brutalized. Never resign unless you have to. Mate. Alright, good game, Uber Driver. I'm a little bit not sure about your light square weaknesses in the opening, but it's definitely playable. Alright, e5 I don't agree with. Saeed is next. Saving the best for last, game 11. Alright, Saeed's subscription expired, but that's alright. He's gonna resubscribe. So, last two games. Saeed against a fellow 2200, right? Yeah, so f4 is the main move here. What does Black play, like f6? Isn't that the line? Waste of the white pieces. Uber Driver. Yeah, so f4 is the sharpest. You know, with this move you don't have as much pressure on the center. Okay, it's playable. I don't know what Hikaru plays if he gets this position. There's one of his games against Hu Yifan from 2018. Jobaba obviously plays it a lot too. Let's see, who's played Knight F3? Yeah. Jobaba has 1 game, 2 games. White score here is okay. I guess it's like equal. So Queen E7 is classic move, protecting E5. It's like an Owens defense in reverse, right? Just an Owens defense in reverse, nothing fancy. D4. And now it's a kind of like French reverse. This all looks normal. Can black play a different move there? Oh wow, Queen G5. Nigel Short, French defense expert. Uber driver, give it up, man. 2 wrongs don't make a right. Queen G5. So King F1 is definitely a thing. That's a short played against. But G5 is a good move. This is like a winner we're French. Anyway, okay, this is playable. Knight D7. The other players played. Wow. White did what? Castles? That's weird. Yeah, I would think like you would definitely have to take here. I don't understand. How can you castle? Really? You like lose the central pawn to get his king on D7? That's pretty extreme. Knight takes E5, pawn takes E5, bishop takes E5, bishop D7 check, and then, wow. I mean, I'm sorry, but I expected king D7. I mean, obviously this is like risky for black. What's he supposed to do? Wow. I mean, you have compensation. What's the evaluation here? Winning for what? Oh, you have queen D5. So he can't go there. Wow, okay, I'm getting tired. I didn't even see you could do that. So this is actually really playable. Then he can't take on E5. Okay, knight E5, D takes E5. What's he supposed to do? Take here? And then you take on D6. This doesn't look good. I guess queen G5. But I definitely don't think this is bad for white. I don't know what you should do though. That's a possible line. Okay, so this is insane. King D8 takes, queen takes. Wow. Now the rook is hanging. So I guess I expected white to play like something else. C3. And just hope the black king wasn't safe. But he plays knight C3. This is fantastic. Yeah, it's a nice line. So takes. And then white's like just facing queen attack with knight F6. Crazy. And you take here. What about queen B7? Queen B7, king D7. Wow, so this is critical. And now you have rook D1. And then you can sack it, or what? So this is the key position. You could take another pawn with queen G7, or just play rook D4. That's pretty impressive line. It all seems very forced. Can you take with the king? Oh man. Well, I mean, I'll look at it. It happens in the French. Decoy. Huh. That's crazy. This is a nice game. Wow. What if there's some sort of back rank trick? This is a really funny game. But it's like Blitz and they're in time pressure. It just kind of got crazy in the time pressure. Fast time control game. Much harder to play with black. I liked the pin though. It was cute. King G3. The tricks that just never stop. And a winning rook ending. 3 against 1. Not that easy though. Because now black has a passed pawn. And your king is close enough. Okay. Arsenal was asking a question about knight takes d7. I wanted to see this. Yeah, it's probably too much. But it's good that you're open-minded. Now the white squares look really squishy. I mean, yeah, it happens in the winnower or the McCutcheon where you're playing like knight, you know, king takes d2. But I mean, I guess theoretically there's this. There's c4. Queen check. Queen e6 is unclear. The tactic that even you missed? Yeah. Yeah, after e4 here. Why you castle? Yeah, the nice tactic is a very forcing line in the game. But this may be better. Yeah, queen takes. I think king takes is unsound. It's playable Arsenal, but it does look risky. King takes. Queen g4 check. The engine actually likes c4 better. Yeah, I wasn't sure about this. Okay, this is possible. You could sacrifice g7. Yeah, this is actually very dangerous for white. Can't do that. So you have to go with c4. Okay, nothing surprising about that. Yeah, it was a nice tactic. Black thought he was like winning with king d8. Or it was better for black. You know, he figured it would be like what I said, like take and c3 or something, and he's just like up a pawn. Maybe you have compensation, I don't know, you know, but I think he thought like this would happen. And he probably missed knight c3. That's the really star move in this game. Can black try something else, though? Can black play knight e7 here? Or knight f6? Maybe he made a mistake. Maybe he shouldn't do this. You know, this is the moment of truth. We can play a different move now. Yeah, this was really important. He missed knight f6. Yeah, it saves the game, probably. Wow. This totally changes the game. Now you have to, like, do this. And we don't... Black doesn't win a piece, but he forces a trade of queens. Okay, here you just have a slight ending. Edge. He has to be really accurate, too. Even queen takes d1 leaves white with a significant edge. But I would probably play that. I would be scared to play anything else. Takes, this pawn may fall. Here, rook d4. But, you know, because white wins the d4 pawn doesn't mean he's going to, like, or the e4 pawn doesn't mean he's going to win the game. Okay, good game. Anyway, I gotta go. Last game, game 11. Game 11 by move 11. Against Henry G. Guys, we're almost to $600. World Senior Champ. So, last stream for the next week tomorrow. Yeah, interesting, Saeed's. Yeah, that might be a pretty good line. Maybe ultimately, like, knight f3 is as good as f4. Move 11 black. It's the Sicilian. Hyper accelerated dragon, d4. Can I do that again? Wow, do you see that? So this really weird... Do you see this when I do this? I'm gonna see the stream myself, but... Do you guys notice that? Oh, shit. What did I just do? When I pick up the d-pawn, it, like, goes backward and then goes forward. I never noticed that before. If we look really closely, I'm going to make the move d4. No, it stopped doing it. It's some animation setting. Oh no, not the Marazzi. Please no Marazzi. Welcome, Saeed. Thanks for the interesting game. Knight c6, knight c3. Last stream for this week, tomorrow. We'll see you all at 11 a.m. CEST. Thanks again to Astrobate and Move 11 for your support. So mainline, accelerated dragon, but then f3. Yeah, f3 is... It's a mistake. Castles. This is where... I can't remember. Luke McShane played like bishop c4 against me. Wasn't that it? That's another line, right? Bishop c4, queen b6. This is the draw variation. It was a different variation I'm thinking of. My game with McShane was different. He was a little kid. He was a FIDE master rated like 2100. Alright, f3, castles, queen d2, and now d5. d5 just equalizes. So like people who play this with white, they don't know what they're doing. Or at least unless they want to draw, like try to play for a draw on purpose or something. I don't know what would be the idea of playing this for white. Bashukov has a game, Atakozian, Zelcic, Galego. Baramidze, you know, a few GMs but no one special. I mean, nobody plays this with white, like, knowing what they're doing and expecting to get an advantage. Queen e2 is just, you know, f3 is just not a good move. You can't force the Yugoslav attack against the accelerated dragon. I mean, anyway, the point is, like, white has to play bishop c4. This is the only move that, like, offers white an advantage in this position. It's the only move, and even then, like, you know, white has to be really accurate. It is a kind of funny position. I mean, that only one move. This okay, the other move is like this. This is playable. I think objectively takes e5. Black should try knight g8. But it's not considered better for white. Like, this is the only variation that offers white an advantage necessarily of any kind. But anyways, all right. f3, castle, queen d2, d5, takes. I've played knight before, it's not good. You have to take back. And now, look at black's score here. 21 games, never lost. Bishop b5. No. It's not a thing. Not as long as the pawn's on d7. Oh, you mean like bishop b5 on move 3? No. You can't play bishop b5. It's not a real move. This just isn't appropriate in this position. It doesn't do anything. It's just there. I mean, I guess you could play it, but you can play bishop e2 as well. You know, you can. This is a totally playable line. It just doesn't offer white an advantage. This is the only way where it's not 100% sure black can equalize. But anyways, okay, let's see this. d5, takes, takes, takes. Takes. And then bishop d4. So move 11, you know, this line exists in a normal queenside castle dragon. There's lines with like bishop d4. Black totally equalizes. Like, definitely. But maybe we have better. There was another move. Wait, takes, takes, e5 maybe? I'm not sure about this either, objectively. Mastering the big center. Yeah, I noticed the engine was suggesting knight takes c3. Elisa Malakina played white. Just a bunch of random players here. Bishop takes f8. We definitely don't want to trade queens, so takes. Yeah, this is like Emil the farmer. Emil would definitely do this. Well, he doesn't play the accelerated dragon, he plays the normal dragon, but my friend who's obsessed with sacrificing the exchange. You know, needless to say, just draw an X on the board. There's no way that white is better here, you know. The question is, like, is black better or just has compensation for the exchange? There's one way or another, you know, like his king is not going to be safe. Oh shit. Wow. So bishop h6 just wins. So he should never take that exchange. Interesting move 11. There's even an improvement here, it looks like. There's another way to sack the exchange with rook b8. Theoretical novelty. Attacking the base of his, well, what was his pawn chain. Knight takes d5. C takes d. Bishop takes f8. Queen takes f8. At least here his pawn structure is not messed up. But he can't castle queenside because of bishop h6. So he has to play this. Presumably. Yeah, this is high level. I would assume white would castle as soon as humanly possible. How does he get out? He can't get it castled. It looks really strong, man. I would definitely play it. If I remember. When I get to that position. I feel like I've probably had this happen in one of my games. Is this an old game, Move 11? I had this weird feeling like I've seen this game before. No, this is new. Wow. I definitely had to do something or analyze the game where almost the exact same thing happened. With Rook E6 for sure. In the same kind of line. That definitely happened in another game. It feels like you didn't get quite as much as you should have, but you're still like much better. Yeah, this doesn't seem right. Fear of outside bishops. He has a fear of outside bishops. We're trying to work on it. Maybe you should sack the exchange now. That's like my friend Emil. He's so obsessed with sacking the exchange, he would probably like put the rook in take here. But I don't think it's good enough because of takes, check, king h1, takes. Yeah, but maybe. Even this is not clear. Nah, we don't like this. I'm just joking around now. Shouldn't white play like b4? What is that? I mean, b4 is a strong move, right? Yeah, I feel like you screwed this up. It's kind of like, how can he not play b4? He has 2-on-1 queenside majority. Maybe he was afraid of bishop f8 or something. I think this seems a little bit feeble. If I'm like at 1800 and I'm white here and I played this lame line, I think it's safe to assume I would trade bishops. I can't believe he played bishop e3. That's totally stupid. I thought you're mistaken to trade bishops, and he just doesn't trade bishops. He goes here and now there. Now your bishop remains like extremely strong. He literally, like, you gave him a sensible way out and he just like didn't want it. It's like Donald will call off the legal process if you just promise not to run for office again. We won't put you in jail, but just promise you won't run for office again. Just needs to make a deal. He refused. It was like I thought the most feeble move you played the whole game, and he just refused to trade bishops. Very consistent play here. He's got like these pistols. He has two holsters. He's attacking this pawn and this pawn. What about f6? That didn't appeal to you? Queen c7. Feingold said never to play f6. Queen e3. Rook e8. So queen c5. Maybe. Queen c5, it's fine. Queen b7. I still think this guy's going to regret not trading white square bishops. That's the only position I care about. Now you played f6. He forced you to play f6. I don't know. I don't know. Don't you have bishop e4 now? Bishop e5. Shit. Let's calculate. Bishop e5. Well, I mean, you could do pretty much anything here, right? I was hoping maybe you'd win a piece. Queen a7 check. That's defended. Bishop d4. Does this work? Bishop takes, your rook's hanging. Rook takes rook. Man, you're gonna get mated. Oh, that's brutal. That would be really bad, like rook takes, bishop takes, and rook e8 mate. That'd be embarrassing. Are you serious? Like bishop e4 check really doesn't work? Can't believe it. Wow, it really doesn't work. He could even take with the rook. This doesn't work. Why? This doesn't work. Bishop takes. Bishop takes c7. Rook takes, so you're winning a rook. Alright, I'm a little tired. But f6 is okay, right? f6 is okay. And you also have queen b6 check. You have all sorts of moves. Yeah, this guy's aggressive. Yeah, I don't like e4. But I don't know. You give him a pretty firm blockade of the dark squares when you play e4, no? Or no? Maybe not. e4, queen d4. Firm tofu. He has queen d4 here. And his tofu is pretty firm. And he's on this. I mean, you could trade queens, but again, it's going to be like, it's not going to be easy to beat him with the really solid blockade. I don't know if you should play e4. I think you should be more patient here. You have tons of moves you could play. I mean, probably even king g7 is okay. But it looks like he's like losing on time. Why is there no time, by the way? I'm just not looking in the right place. But the way you saved the game didn't show the times. Okay, so the one thing I wanted to check here was Mulev's decision to play bishop c6, trading off his bishop pair. I don't know. It just seems like this is strong. All right. Is bishop c6 bad, and should white play bishop b3? Computer just wants to push your pawns. It doesn't even care which one. Bishop c6. Yeah. It's not bad. It's funny, if you force the computer to play it, it likes your position. But if you don't force it to play it, it doesn't want to play it. That's really weird. It took it a long time. Engine 11. I didn't like bishop c6. I thought you should not play it. It takes the computer to get to depth 15 before it like starts to like bishop c6. But I think he should definitely bail here and play bishop takes c6. I think he's worse. Can't he take on d5? I mean, is it that bad? He's got to try this. He's got to try this. Come on. Queen takes, rook takes, your rook's on the 7th, but is this really necessarily lost for white? Because move 11 has a rook on the 7th? I think you gotta try this with white. He's gotta try this. The computer goes down to rook a5, rook b2, rook a6. And then you're doubling on the 7th. Rook check. Holy crap. Bishop f8. And then the computer is like giving up a pawn. g4. Oh my god. Something like this, you know, it's probably a draw with accurate play. If you take here, it's definitely a draw. But I think the guy should definitely trade pieces. It reduces the pieces on the board, it simplifies, and I think the d5 pawn is too important. You know, at the end of the day, he's trading this pawn for this pawn. And I think that's your biggest chunk of your advantage, is that powerful, the central duo. So he should definitely trade down. White was like overconfident or too aggressive. Anyway, interesting games, guys. I gotta go get some rest. We will be back tomorrow morning with the last stream till next week. And we just got another donation. MC. I don't know who MC is, but MC just tipped. Who is that MC? Senor Coffee has tipped $7.23. We're up to $600, guys. Thank you. Thank you, MC. Game 11 and Astrobate. My favorite viewers. All of you guys. Our biggest supporters. Moderator. Who is MC? Thank you, guys. See you again tomorrow. Otherwise, we'll be back the following Tuesday. And I will set up a tournament for Tuesday the 9th. One more stream before vacation. I'll see everybody tomorrow morning. Thanks, Mr. Coffee. Thanks, everybody. Good games. Appreciate your hanging out with me for this serious analysis stream. Let me see what's going on here. Yeah, looks like Tranquilizer's in the house, so he's cool. I haven't been able to raid him for a while. I'm gonna raid Trank even though we don't have many viewers. Or at least it's the thought that counts. / raid Tranquilizer. GM_Tranquilizer. He's almost never streaming when I can raid for him, for his channel. Ask me with a gift sub for Saeed's, thank you.